can you just stand where we've got our marks here? Yep, just we'll have
So you got a waist.
Well, no, you're one towards there,
Yep.
and then Tori will be next.
Where the top of the lectern is, so whenever you stand there, your head's going to be cut off.
Okay.
So as we zoom out, we'll see the top of those. So
All right.
it's a bit further back.
Do you want me to push all that back?
Well, that's all right there. I can still come out a bit more.
All right.
But we're going to cut off the top of those feathers.
That's all right. It is what it is.
So the cockatoos will be okay.
Yeah, they'll be all right. Or what about further back?
So you're fully in there.
There is
So down to about here. That's the bottom.
Yeah, that's good. That's what I want.
Great, so my bunions can hang free all day.
Yours can hang free all day, love.
So that's center of frame.
Yep.
And these two pieces of tape.
Yep. So it's all right if I stand here.
So well, that's the edge of the frame. That's the center. And
Yeah.
So here's your center of the frame.
Yeah.
And then is where they're standing where you want them. Because I'll mark the spots so you guys can. Oh, Jeff.
Okay, that's somebody else does.
Jeff.
Hello, and welcome to the third Community Mental Health Australia National NDIS and Mental Health Conference. I'm Tori Shepherd, I'll be your MC, and we are broadcasting from the Kaurna lands of the Adelaide Plains. To welcome us to country, I'd like to invite Mickey Kumitpi Murcha O'Brien.
Thank you, Tori. Twila Manipudnik, Twila Wakanapadnik. Nai Gana, Biako, Mankalankla, Marawachanga, Ganamina, Minyana, Namani Pudji, Nai Nari Kamatpi, Marita, Nai Wangadi Mani, Budni Gani Yatana, Iridi Yata, Baba Bambaya, Tandandanga. Welcome to the lands of the Ghana people. As the impatient one, it is wonderful that we can meet on this place, being the place of the big red kangaroo. I come to you through the Bookandu, being the lightning brain. And this conference is a wonderful opportunity because it's saying to you, are you well when you come to a place? And I hope you are well wherever you are today. But I want to share a story about Carl Wilter. Now, Carl Wilter went to the birds and he said, and then the birds told him that he didn't belong to them because though he even had a beak and that he laid eggs, they said that he didn't belong to them. He then went to the reptiles and the reptiles said, no, you don't belong to us. Though you have a long body and you walk across the land, and that you lay eggs, you don't belong to us. He went to the mammals, and the mammals said, though you have fur and you walk across the land and you rear your young, you don't belong to us. And then he went to the fishes, and the fishes said, no, you don't belong to us. Though you swim in the water and that you lay eggs, you don't belong to us. So Carl Wilter, he was related to everybody, but he didn't belong to anyone. And today, he sits on his own. Who is Carl Wilter? Well, Carl Wilter, he is the platypus. And the platypus, as I have here, is a wonderful symbol of how we as people need to belong. And though we have differences, like we do in mental health or disabilities, it's about embracing, it's about understanding those differences and making people feel connected. And to symbolize that as well, as I want to give Tori to take a leaf from these gum leaves, because the leaf itself symbolizes the land being the oldest thing. Her taking that leaf is taking the knowledge of the land, and her putting her DNA on that, and then us swapping it means that we share our knowledge and wisdom, because knowledge and wisdom is not shared by, owned by one person, it is shared by many. And so I can say these words, Nada Nadlu Kamanka Yara Kumanini, which means today we can give, we can receive, but together we become one. Let the leaf be a reminder of wherever we go, we know that the knowledge and the wisdom of the land is beneath us, but the knowledge and the wisdom is also within us, and therefore we can share it. And so therefore it's about giving and receiving. But I want to leave you these final words. My unjiga, nachi yukando, nachi yakando, and saying we are all brothers and sisters. Let us walk the land together. Let us realize that cultures bring us together, never divide us. Also, that we as Aboriginal people never say goodbye. Why? Because we have no word for goodbye. It is always see you later, being nakada. Because we can see you in the spirit, but we can also see you in the physical. So, nakada, nei chaye, thank you. And please enjoy this wonderful conference that you are about to take part of and to listen to these wonderful speakers. So, nei chaye, thank you, Tori.
Mickey, see you later, and thank you for your wisdom.
Mikaja.
Experience voice. She was my mentor and friend. I first met Tina when in the late 1990s, she was working at Hunter Mental Health. Tina went on to make an enormous contribution to mental health policy and practice reform in Australia. In 2000, my name is Debbie Hamilton. I have a lived experience and work as a peer advocate and researcher. This year's CMHA National NDIS and Mental Health Conference is dedicated to Tina. It's with great sadness we farewell one of the fiercest advocates for people who experience mental distress. She was a clear ally, always championing, always listening to the lived experience voice. She was my mentor and friend. I first met Tina when in the late 1990s, she was working at Hunter Mental Health. Tina went on to make an enormous contribution to mental health policy and practice reform in Australia. In 2006, Tina started work with the MHCC. Workforce development, the peer workforce, and training were very much Tina's areas of greatest passion. Her thinking was often ahead of the game. She saw the big picture. She instinctively knew that what had to potentially improve people's experience of the mental health system. Tina went on to be instrumental in many of MHCC's projects on recovery-focused work. She was a passionate advocate for the NDIS, but understood how it needed to be changed so that it included and better supported people with a psychosocial disability. She was considered one of the experts in the area nationally. This conference is imperative to continue Tina's work, helping us all not to only better understand how the NDIS and mental health can work cohesively, but how we can improve the lives of those with a lived experience in our community. She had a brash, contagious sense of humour. She was forthright in her views, but always felt a deep compassion for others. She was an excellent trainer and speaker. She read policies and journals voraciously and generously enjoyed her insights and knowledge with her colleagues. When I think of her and the enormous contribution she's made, I just see her having a fag and hear her menacing, deep, guttural laugh. I will, and all of us will miss Tina. Our thoughts and sympathy are with Tina's families and friends at this difficult time. Thank you to all the people who shared their memories of Tina for this tribute. Thank you.
Over the years, I've had a bit of anxiety and depression myself, and I've always found it useful to share my feelings with people, get the help I need, and look after myself, you know, eat well, drink lots of water, go for walks, be with good friends, and above all, keep a positive attitude about life and just know that things are going to get better. Na 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 na, there is hope. Na 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 na, there is hope.
I woke up this morning, there was a dark cloud around my head, and I didn't want to face this world. It's a feeling I sometimes get, but
just want to be normal, just want to be peaceful.
Fear keeps me in bed. This frozen self-pity, well, I know that it can melt. Everybody say
na 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 na, there is hope. Na 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 na, there is hope, hope for us all. Na 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 na, there is hope. So I'll keep it simple and I'll say a prayer of peace. Feel serene and let things go, for today at least. Believing it gets better, just one day at a time. And it's progress, not perfection. Oh, it keeps my hope alive.
everybody pop.
Na 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 na
I said, na 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 na, there is hope, hope for. There is hope, always hope. Na 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 na. There is hope. Yes, there is.
Well, it took us a year to get here, but we have finally made it online, or through the lightning brain, as Mickey termed it. So I'm just going to talk you through some housekeeping. I'm hoping you know where the toilets and fire exits are at your end. Just a heads up, all the times that we're using are Australian Central Daylight Saving Time, so you're just going to have to do that annoying adjustment in your head. If you're unsure at all about how to use this platform, you can watch the short how-to video in the Conference Extras tab on the left-hand side of your screen, and there are how-to guides at the bottom of your menu on the left-hand side. And you can get in touch with us through the chat in the activity section. The topics covered during this conference and the conversations that occur come alive through the lived experiences of those who present and attend. We've gone to great lengths to ensure we uphold the principles of trauma-informed care and practice. However, we are aware that people will respond in diverse ways to what they hear on the day. If at any time you hear something that causes you discomfort or distress, we encourage you to connect with our peer support team. Just head to our virtual exhibition booth, click on the LEWP button, which is the first logo on the page, go to start a conversation, and somebody will be there ready to talk to you. These conferences began when the NDIS rollout for psychosocial services was just beginning. It seems like a long time ago. The sector had a lot of questions about how it would all work and what the impact on the sector would be. We're now nearing the end of that rollout, and at this conference, we're going to talk about what comes next. So now I'd like to introduce Jeff Harris, the Executive Director of the Mental Health Coalition of South Australia.
Thank you, Tori, and welcome everyone. For those who don't know, Community Mental Health Australia, or CMHA, is a coalition of the 8 peak community mental health organisations from each state and territory. The CMHA provides a unified voice for over 700 community-based non-government organisations across the nation. The Mental Health Coalition of South Australia is the proud SA-based member of CMHA, and we're delighted to be your hosts for the 3rd National NDIS and Mental Health Conference. It's not been easy to bring this conference together. The original date was March 2020, and it was scuppered by a pandemic. You might have heard of it. This has made the difficult task of putting on a national conference much more difficult and time consuming. There have been many people who've helped to bring this conference together. There's the conference organising committee, Bill Guy, the CEO from CMHA, the keynotes, the presenters, the panel participants, the chairs, moderators, sponsors, Alistair here with IT support, other IT support people, MHCSA members and board members, and all of our staff at MHCSA. But in particular, I'd like to single out Fiona Gilmore, who has held our administration together whilst looking like one of those ducks going fast under the surface, but looking unruffled above the waterline. Shandy Arledge, who worked with all of our presenters and panelists to completely renovate the program and fine-tune the panels. And you'll see the benefits of that as we go through the conference. And of course, Louise Pascali, who had to learn a new skill set in a big fat hurry to convert a face-to-face conference into a completely different format of a virtual conference. So when I say it's not been easy to bring this conference together, it's an understatement. And I can't thank the aforementioned people enough for not just getting this conference to the finish line, but creating what I hope every one of you will experience as a truly great conference. And as Tori said, the rollout of NDIS is getting closer to the end than the beginning, and now is a great time to discuss how it's delivering support to people with psychosocial disability, and also how it interfaces with other key support systems, particularly in mental health settings. So although we've come a long way, there is plenty of unfinished business within the NDIS and mental health. So this two-day conference is your chance to be part of the national conversation about what comes next. There are many lessons and learnings we can share as each state and region has its own experience. And this conference is about collectively taking those learnings and shaping the future of mental health services and the NDIS. We've got a monster lineup of speakers and panels. Our keynotes will give us perspectives from lived experience and international experience, as well as cutting edge updates from all the major areas of NDIS and mental health reform. The conference streams will explore lived experience and human rights perspectives, as well as innovation and interface learnings from metropolitan, rural and remote areas. I guess to underscore the fast-paced environment we're in, as we speak, the Premier of Victoria was, I think, scheduled to deliver the findings of their Royal Commission into Mental Health, but as you may have seen in the news, that may well be delayed due to the latest coronavirus outbreak in Melbourne. And our hearts go out to people of Victoria and also people in Perth who are facing the bushfires. And while the NDIS is rolling out, the Productivity Commission delivered the biggest report ever to conclude their mental health inquiry. We're delighted to have Dr. Stephen King here to talk about the report, and he'll no doubt stress the importance of implementing the whole report. But for this audience, it's really worth highlighting that one part of the report which crunches the numbers for unmet need for psychosocial support in this country. The estimate is that 690,000 Australians would benefit from psychosocial support. Yet, if you add up the number of places for people with primary psychosocial disability in NDIS at full scheme, and all the Commonwealth, state and territory investments in psychosocial support programs, there are places for only 139,000 people of the 690,000. We know that psychosocial support helps people to live better lives when it's done well, and it also reduces their use of crisis services such as hospitals. So this level of unmet need that the PC report highlights is extraordinary at 80%. This is consistent with and reinforces the work of groups like the Western Australian Mental Health Commission, which showed that while all types of mental health services have unmet need, the highest level of unmet need by a large margin is in the community support area. So in WA, they talk about balancing the system by investing in psychosocial support, and the Productivity Commission report says that they are right and that we need to do this across the country. Look, I could go on forever, but I think Tori will just cut me off. That digression did have an additional point though, which is to emphasise that at this conference, we're not just focused on NDIS. We must talk about how to make NDIS as good as can be, of course, but we also need to focus on the bigger picture of the support needs that people have. And what a big picture this conference will paint. So wherever you are, sit back, strap yourselves in, because we're going to cover a lot of ground in the next 2 days. And with your help, we're going to have a rich conversation about NDIS, mental health, and what comes next. Thank you.
Jeff, thank you so much. And I think you spoke for everyone on a number of fronts when you say it hasn't been easy. And now with some opening remarks, we're going to hear from the Honourable Stephen Wade, the South Australian Minister for Health and Wellbeing.
I'd like to acknowledge our MC, Tori Shepherd, Mr. Mickey Kamatri Maritya O'Brien, a senior Aboriginal man, a descendant of the Kaurna people of the Adelaide Plains and the Narungga people of York Peninsula, Mr. Jeff Harris, the Executive Officer of the Mental Health Coalition of South Australia, Mr. Bill Guy, the CEO of Community Mental Health Australia, and keynote speakers, Professor Mike Slade, Dr. Louise Byrne, Commissioner Stephen King, Dr. Jerry Norton, Ms. Christine Morgan, Dr. John Brayley, conference participants, including people with lived experience. I'd like to thank Mickey for his generous welcome to country. I acknowledge that the land we meet on today is the traditional lands of the Kaurna people, and I pay my respects to their elders, past, present and future. Thank you to Community Mental Health Australia and the Mental Health Coalition of South Australia for inviting me to provide the opening address for the 3rd National Mental Health and NDIS Conference. It's a pleasure to be able to finally welcome you all to the conference, which, as you may know, was to be held in March last year, but had to be postponed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The National Disability Insurance Scheme is a major national reform, changing the way disability services, including services for people with psychosocial disability, are funded and delivered. It has been a major reform, and there have been some significant difficulties. However, it is positive to see the preparedness for new systems to be reviewed and constantly improved. I know in South Australia there is great interest in the next steps to be taken by the NDIA in its journey. In order to address some of the transition challenges, in June 2018, I asked the South Australian Chief Psychiatrist to establish a task force to monitor the implementation of the NDIS on mental health clients and service providers and to seek to resolve issues as they arise. The task force has broad membership, including people with lived experience, the state government's departments for health and wellbeing and human services, the Commonwealth Departments of Health and Social Services, the National Disability Insurance Agency, the NDIS Safeguards and Quality Commission, the Mental Health Commissioners, the mental health non-government organisations, local health networks, Adelaide and Country SA primary health networks, the Public Advocate, the Principal Community Visitor, and the Health and Community Services Complaints Commissioner. A risk register has been developed to identify systemic challenges that we need to resolve, and the task force is steadily working through these issues. Issues include access to recovery-focused services, access to the NDIA, workforce sustainability, carer support, and sufficient 24-hour intensive supported accommodation for those with high and complex needs. The input from the task force over its first 2 years has been considered by the NDIA and has contributed to plans to increase case coordination, capability development supports, and response to high and complex needs. The task force has operated a client review planning process where the Office of the Chief Psychiatrist, local health networks and the NGO psychosocial providers discuss individual clients at risk of not transitioning safely to the NDIS and plans of action put in place. These panels have given us insights into the challenges that people face in their NDIS journey and shared strategies to enable a safe and successful transition to the NDIS. Key issues highlighted through the client review panels were referred back to the task force for consideration. Many of the issues raised by the task force also arise in the findings and recommendations of Mr. David Tume's 2019 review of the NDIS Act. The review indicated the need for transparency, understanding, empowerment, and the respect of NDIA users. This will lead to the participant service guarantee and future changes across the NDIA that should benefit all users, but particularly people with psychosocial disability. Our local task force continues to meet and to contribute to these reforms. Additionally, concerns have been raised by the SA Parliament Social Development Committee inquiry into the provision of services for people with mental illness under the transition to the NDIS and SA Safeguards Task Force. I have lobbied the Commonwealth Government and the National Disability Insurance Agency and continue to work with my state and national colleagues to monitor progress, address issues, and to drive better outcomes. I would expect these reforms to improve access for people with psychosocial disability to NDIA services across the state. While clearly changes and improvements have been needed, there have also been many new opportunities for people to receive support, including those who have needed high-level supported disability accommodation support, who've been able to access this through the NDIA. This has been positively changing the life of many. We are clearly at a crossroads for the implementation of the NDIA and the services it will fund for people with psychosocial disability. I acknowledge the significant and ongoing role of the South Australian Government services at this time. We continue to support consumers who are in the process of transitioning from state services or who have not accessed the NDIA at this time. In the future, there will be a significant ongoing role for the state government and our partners to serve people with psychosocial disability and their families as well. There needs to be a strong partnership between the NDIA, its providers, and our clinical services. This applies at all stages of the disability support process through referral, assessment, and then partnership and delivery. The state government decided to maintain a major role in commissioning non-government psychosocial disability services in South Australia. The scope and operation of these services needs to adapt to the NDIA context to provide services that are complementary, that best address unmet need so that more people can receive services than ever before. The future of South Australia's non-government service provision is outlined in the SA Mental Health Services Plan 2020-2025. This redesign work has commenced and changes will roll out over the life of the plan. The plan's expectation is that the state government will provide two streams of NGO services. One for crisis care and the support that will be available to all people, including NDIS clients. And secondly, ongoing psychosocial rehabilitation that will be focused on the needs of clients who cannot receive psychosocial support from NDIS. NGOs will have a greater role than they do now in complex case coordination, and there will also be the opportunity for consumers and carers to access non-government organisation services directly rather than the current system that requires accessing a clinical team first. Two possible funding approaches will be trialled within the life of the plan: an individualised funding model and a one-stop shop model for consumers who choose to enrol in that approach. I note that it is intended that the individualised funding model will be simplified and empowering to psychosocial disability users and provide choice in provider. A level of service block funding, particularly for crisis services and some rehabilitation components, will help retain sector capability. These approaches are consistent with the three major goals of the Mental Health Services Plan. Firstly, personalisation, which includes upholding rights, integration of services, and improving quality, including suicide prevention. Personalised rehabilitation can be delivered within a rights-based recovery model. Integration will be required between clinical services and the NDIA, as well as our other partners. Improved quality must underpin all that we do. NGOs have had a significant role in suicide prevention in this country, and the engagement, respect and support by NGO workers of their clients can provide hope and well-being to clients. The transition to the NDIS is complex and there's still much work for us to do. The conference provides us with an opportunity to share what we have learned in order to achieve better outcomes, not just for South Australians, but for all Australians with primary psychosocial disability, their families and carers. I wish you all the very best for a productive and successful conference.
Thank you, Minister. Now, as Jeff would say, strap yourselves in because we're about to hear from our first keynote speaker, Professor Mike Slade. Professor Slade is Professor of Mental Health Recovery and Social Inclusion at the University of Nottingham. And the conference organising committee wanted Professor Slade to be a keynote because of his strong interest in lived experience and recovery over many years, and because in Australia we can sometimes be a little parochial, so we're delighted to get an international context. Welcome, Mike, and everybody tuning in. You can also ask questions. Just use the Q&A function.
Hello, thank you so much for the invitation. It's a real pleasure to be joining you. Do you know, I am so sad though that I can't be with you in person. So I'm sitting here in Nottingham, land of Robin Hood, of course. And just to explain why, in case it's not obvious, I looked up today. I understand South Australia has had 600 COVID cases in total. Today, just today here in the UK, we're celebrating that we only had 19,000 new cases just today, and that's down from the 60,000 new cases a day we were getting just a month ago. So I'm hoping you can understand it's very difficult here, and of course all travel is not possible, and so it's with real sadness. I love coming to Australia, but I'm hoping that nonetheless we can share some thoughts today. So let me just share my screen. So I'm hoping that comes up now. And so I'm going to be talking essentially about three topics, so which are overlapping: human rights, recovery, and peer support. And the the reason that I'll be talking about them will as three overlapping topics will become clear. But what I'm deliberately going to be doing is skimming through a range of areas to give you an international perspective on what's going on in these topics. So the talk I'll be giving, the slides are available in the conference platform if you want to catch up, and I've tried to make all the resources clear, and I prioritized resources that are free to download. So hopefully there'll be things you can take away. So let's start with human rights. Now, we're talking here, of course, about the enshrined rights of citizens that apply to anyone. So this is not specific to mental health or people with psychosocial disabilities. This is a general perspective on the rights and responsibilities that entail from being a citizen of a country. However, there is a specific piece of multinational legislation called the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which has been signed up to by many countries around the world. So it was formally adopted by the United Nations in 2006, and with the exception of the United States of America and a number of failed states, pretty much every country in the world has signed up to it. So, for example, it was ratified by your country in 2008, and it was ratified by my country in 2009. And the interesting thing about this legislation is that every country in the world is non-compliant with CRPD. In other words, countries have signed up to human rights legislation and are then not following through in relation to people with what in this context will be framed as psychosocial disabilities. So this has really been called out, and it's become a bit of a point of international focus. So the United Nations Special Rapporteur on mental health, who is a Lithuanian psychiatrist, as it happens, he wrote a report which was adopted by the United Nations. And again, the United Nations is not probably an organization that is known for being radical. I think it's reasonably fair to say it works across coalitions and consensus-based methods much more. But they said some very strong things in this report they adopted. They said that mental health services have been governed by a reductionist biomedical paradigm, which has led to exclusion, neglect, coercion, and abuse. So there are very strong words being written here from a rights perspective about the way people with mental health issues and conditions and problems are dealt with in countries around the world. So he followed up this report in 2009 with a broader focus on what causes these issues. And he identified in particular, or the United Nations in adopting this report, identified in particular an over-reliance on biomedical explanations of emotional distress. And for me, this is very topical. I mean, I think, for example, of pretty much everyone in the UK at the moment is reasonably depressed, but clearly not in a way that would be most usefully explained by biomedical explanation of psychological disturbance. It's because the environment is very difficult at the moment. But he went on to suggest that this framing, this explanatory model that is used, deflects attention away from rights-based violations. And he said that this requires urgent action. So alongside this call to arms from the international community, there's been an emergence of an approach in the last decade led by the World Health Organization. So they've developed an approach called quality rights. It's deliberately one word. The website is at the bottom. All of the materials are free to download. And essentially, this is a combination of face-to-face and, of course, at the moment, primarily e-training platforms to support organizations and individuals to become more aware of the implications of human rights legislation for systems and services at individual through to regional and national level. So it was a very strongly co-produced initiative, and the content has some core training and then some specialized modules for use in different settings. So the core training is shown at the top, and if you're interested in understanding more what human rights means in a mental health context, these are ideal places to start. So the core training modules cover human rights, issues around capacity, issues around disability, the relationship between rights and recovery, and then issues around coercion, violence and abuse. So then there are specialised modules which focus on what systems and services can actually do to support recovery, approaches to ending seclusion and restraint and control and restraint practices, and then finally legally enforceable approaches to supporting decision making and advanced planning, for example through joint crisis plans. They also provide a number of evaluation tools, and these are starting to be used in evaluating the impact of initiatives to increase CRPD compliance. So, for example, there's just been a significant report out from Gujarat in India, looking at a regional level and initiatives to increase CRPD compliance and showing the positive impact they have on the lives of people living with mental health issues in that region. So what we're talking about here is shown on the top left. The Quality Rights Toolkit is free to download. I think the World Health Organization are doing a fantastic job in producing further resources to provide practical support for implementation of a rights and recovery orientation. So, for example, the 2019 document on person-centered recovery planning is a very accessible, very internationally focused read. So if you're after inspiration for what to actually do in the services that you're involved in transforming towards a more rights-oriented culture, then that's a good place to start. And academic papers like the Lancet Psychiatry paper shown here are starting to emerge that are providing a more scholarly perspective on the implementation of a rights-based perspective. So if you like, that's a top-down process, but I want to mention in passing it's meeting a bottom-up process where individuals, experts by experience, people with personal experience of what a clinician like me might call a mental health issue, are starting to organise and create their own bodies of knowledge. So, for example, MAD Studies is an emerging academic discipline which gives primacy to lived experience. So the book shown here is an example, and there are other books and many papers emerging from a MAD Studies perspective, which are really focused on giving a perspective where lived experience is the starting point rather than an added on perspective or ignored totally. And similarly, MAD Pride, the equivalent in some ways of the human rights movement associated with gay pride, is an equivalent organisation for people who self-identify with a madness label and wish to reclaim that language, and really are articulating a perspective that if there's an issue, then it's a social issue, not an issue with the individual. So challenging the stigma and discrimination that have so beset people living with mental health issues. Now, just at a personal level, I've really struggled to understand these perspectives because it sort of has bumped into the socialization I experienced during my clinical training into seeing the world in a particular way. And surely these are people with mental health issues, and they just need kind of the right support and treatment and all that. And I've had a lot of unlearning I've had to do. But just to mention one thing I found helpful, there's a well-established biomedical ethical framework, which is in use in many types of clinical education, which Beecham and Childress identified 4 principles. So non-maleficence is just jargon for do no harm. Beneficence is do good. In other words, try and benefit the people, the person you're working with. In clinical training, those 2 are emphasized. So that's why there's a big emphasis on not providing treatments that have adverse effects, and on demonstrating efficacy and effectiveness for a treatment before you give it so that you know it's going to be a benefit. All well and good. What I took some time to come into focus around was the 3rd and the 4th biomedical ethical precepts put forward in this framework, which is around autonomy and justice. And I just mentioned, in case there are other people sort of puzzling about what this human rights discourse all means for their day-to-day work, what it's about, as I might frame it, is shifting the focus away from just focusing on the first 2 ethical principles towards much more emphasis on the 3rd and 4th ethical principle. So focusing on supporting autonomy, and I'll come presently to an example of what that might look like, and a focus on social justice. The idea that it's just not good enough that people don't have a fair go in life just because they have a particular diagnosis. So that's something on rights. I want to mention something that isn't yet out yet. So this is a document in preparation. So the World Health Organization is consulting with people around the world and getting really substantial input to a range of resources. And my guess is this will come out in 2021. The draft I've seen is titled, as shown above, a good practice guidance document. I think it's going to be a real game changer when it comes out, because it provides such thoughtful, evidence-based and practical guidance around transforming towards a rights and recovery focus within mental health systems that I'm really looking forward to this being published. So do look out for that. Okay, so I want to turn now to thinking about this idea of recovery, and that those of you who noticed my job title at the start will have caught that my job title is Professor of Mental Health Recovery and Social Inclusion. So this is very much the heartland of the research that my research team in Nottingham is focused on. And I'm guessing that for many people on the call, attending this conference, that there'll already be a good understanding of what recovery means. So here's the Bill Anthony definition, which has emerged internationally as something that there's a coherence, a consensus around. So his definition, proposed more than 25 years ago now, identifies that recovery is a personal process. So that immediately challenges some of the assumptions that recovery is an objective state to be judged by external experts. And it's about change in attitudes, in values, in feelings, goals, skills, and roles. It's about how we live. So he goes on to suggest it's a way of living a satisfying, hopeful, and contributing life, whether or not there are limitations caused by what he called the illness. So this is a very challenging and different definition to the traditional understanding of recovery that has been used in the mental health system for the last 100 years plus. So here in England, we're not so good at remembering long definitions. So we often talk about a much shorter definition, that recovery involves living as well as possible. And the merit of that definition is it reminds us that if we're sitting as a worker with someone living with mental health issues, if we're sitting with them, there are two people in the room who are trying to live as well as possible. One person may have a mental health issue and other challenges. The worker themselves, of course, may have their own mental health or other related challenges. But we're all trying to just get on. We're all trying to live as well as possible. And actually creating that alliance is a really strong antidote to addressing in-system stigma, the idea that the workers and the people using services are somehow fundamentally different. And a recovery orientation invites us to see commonality rather than difference between the different stakeholders in the system. So that's what recovery, as it is currently, or in its modern understanding, is used. And is it really any different? I guess one might wonder if, is this just, new words for the same kind of idea? Well, a systematic review looking at the relationship between clinical recovery, the traditional notion of getting back to normal, looking the same as anyone else in society, not having disability or diagnosis and so forth, and personal recovery, what we've just talked about and what we'll be talking about for the rest of this talk, suggesting that actually they are very different things. And that's not an ideological statement, it's an empirical statement that people can be high on personal recovery and low on clinical recovery, and vice versa. They're not the same thing that we're talking about. So this does mean that if we are going to focus on personal recovery in our health and social care systems that we create, then that means we need to do things differently. That's not just business as usual, relabeled as supporting recovery. So in this book, I tried to explore, and this is a deliberately scholarly book, so it's not trying to be an easy read, but it's trying to explore some of the real tough issues that this reorientation around a recovery approach implies. So it implies changes, for example, in how we respond to issues of risk. It involves new approaches to medication. What happens when someone is in crisis needs to be reconsidered. The organizational culture emerges as central. The way that organizations and service providers work, their culture, their climate, their organisational commitment to recovery is central. And as you'll see in the rest of my talk, this is a recurring theme. So the organisational culture is really central to making a reality of all this rhetoric. And the book also included a number of case studies drawn from many countries around the world, certainly including Australia, of what that looks like in practice. However, although that's a scholarly perspective, in some ways it's catching up with the policy ground. So recovery as an orientation now features in policy and practice guidance in many, many countries around the world. So I show a few of the countries here, but there are many other individual countries and of course regions, states, provinces, etc., that are trying to work out what this idea of recovery means in terms of their ways of working and their performance indicators and metrics and goals for the system. So it's not just at the national level, also at the international level. So this is the World Health Organization Mental Health Action Plan, which was scheduled to be running until 2020, but life has intervened. So they're currently looking at doing small refinements, then having this run until 2030. And they very much identify the idea of recovery-based approach being central. And the key thing is the last two lines of the quote I've extracted from here, that it's about supporting individuals to achieve their own aspirations and goals. And this is a central feature of a recovery orientation. It's not about what an individual worker thinks is best for the person. It's about supporting individuals to live lives of their own choosing. And that sounds such a simple thing. It sounds such a thing that we would take for granted for anyone outside of the mental health system, but actually involves some fundamental change to achieve for people living within the mental health system or living with mental health issues and receiving support. So that's the international perspective on policy. I want to just sort of illustrate what that means in practice by looking at three policies in particular. So firstly, this is an Indian policy. Now, India is a country that has obviously a very large population, about 1.2 billion people, and has a number of different systems, including Western psychiatric system. But the mental health system, the psychiatric system, I think most commentators would say is quite a traditional biomedical understanding. So they've changed the rhetoric in this policy. So they now talk in a way that 5-10 years ago, before this policy came out, they weren't talking about this. They talk about recovery as the rhetorical aim of policy, supporting people to live a self-directed life. But when we look at the recommendations they make for how to achieve this goal, what they are advocating is essentially scaling up of existing services. So very much a global mental health goal, all very laudable, absolutely, but more of the same rather than any kind of innovation or transformation. So what you can see here is that for some countries, perhaps those that are earlier on their journey of transformation, the focus has been on just ensuring full comprehensive access to what might be framed as basic mental health care. So let's turn to another country now, Hong Kong. So Hong Kong is a country which has been engaged in thinking through about recovery transformation for a bit longer, and perhaps has gone a bit further. So just like India, they have a policy that identifies facilitating the recovery of what they call severely mentally ill patients as central to their policy. But they focus on issues around supporting individuals to be autonomous, recognizing that the environment creates or limits opportunities for that autonomy. So they've started that journey to move beyond the individual, the view that that individual is someone who needs to be fixed or treated or cured, to understanding that people exist in cultures and in contexts, and that issues like stigma or discrimination can fundamentally impact on someone's opportunity for autonomy. Then finally, let me come to Canada, one of the countries that has, I think, been really engaged in their kind of recovery transformation process for longest and most actively. So they are talking about a much more permeating transformation in their policy. So they talk about the idea of experts or people with lived experience and family caregivers being at the forefront. So they've moved beyond a rhetoric of partnership with or in collaboration with, to locating the system as wrapping around the individual rather than vice versa. And that speaks to a fundamental shift in the arrangements of power within the system. Like Australia, Canada has a long and sometimes challenging history in relation to Indigenous and First Nations people. So they've got a particular focus on the idea of inclusivity, the idea of everyone in their country having a fair opportunity to access the support they need for a life worth living. And then finally, they explicitly identify the need for transformation and change in developing new and innovative processes. And the point here is that innovation is needed if we're going to avoid falling into a trap. And the trap is one that certainly here in England, for many years we fell into. We thought just relabeling the system with the word recovery scattered across it and then carrying on business as usual would somehow magically create a recovery-oriented system. And actually, this is the issue it created. If you do this, carry on doing the same thing, you're likely to get the same outcome. So I want to be really optimistic in this talk and suggest that actually there are a number of points of real innovation emerging internationally, and I'm going to skim through some. So one is just the development of new knowledge. I've talked about MAD studies as an emerging academic discipline, and in many countries the idea of an individual moving from being a passive patient to a more active consumer or service user, and now being a much more independent expert by experience. The idea that individuals have unique knowledge about themselves, which is needed in order to really support their recoveries, is gaining real traction. There are new roles emerging for peers. That's to say people where they bring their own lived experience of mental health issues and recovery. So peer workers in being credible role models in the system, which I'll talk about presently, being trainers, peer trainers, for example, in recovery colleges, peer researchers, so individuals with lived experience leading research programs and identifying the important questions and developing novel approaches to investigating those questions. And then finally, peer leaders. So I work in Nottingham. I moved here in 2015, and when I came at the time, the chief executive, the leader of the National Health Service Mental Health Trust for the whole county of Nottinghamshire, was a person who was very open in talking about their own experience of bipolar disorder. And perhaps 10 or 20 years ago, that would have been a very unusual thing. Now it's just not so unusual. It's becoming more of a thing that is accepted, that people with dual identity will talk openly about their own lived experience. There's new interventions. So I'm going to mention about recovery colleges presently, but I also want to mention about initiatives in relation to supporting people to have decent housing, such as Housing First, or individual placement and support. So there's been a great systematic review just came out a few months ago with Owen Kalaki from Origin in Australia as one of the authors, highlighting that there are now 27 randomized controlled trials evaluating individual placement and support as an approach to supporting someone to obtain and retain mainstream employment. And similarly, there's now a large growth in peer-led services, so services where the leadership and the staffing is individuals with their own lived experience. And then finally, because recovery is not just about what you do, but how you do it, there's an emerging whole set of new approaches that are based on new relational ways of being with an individual. So I'm not going to talk more about these, but these are some of the terms that you might want to look into if that's of interest. So I want to now just skim through some resources, because one of the things that when people have a chance to kind of ask me individual questions that often come up is, okay, those are all fine ideas. Yep, I buy it. It sounds all very good, but what should I actually do? So the next few slides are just some resources that may be offers of possible answers to that question. So the first is thinking about how you understand recovery. So our group did the first systematic review of recovery, and we identified 5 recovery processes, which have the neat acronym of CHIME. So recovery for many people seems to involve an increased connectedness outside of themselves, whether with other people or their family of origin or spirituality or a sense of connection beyond themselves. Hope and optimism emerge as central, and this is why we need to really think about creating systems that create hope, not pessimism. A positive identity is one of the areas that I think is the most interesting to develop in, but recovery seems to involve developing an identity beyond being just a patient. And in that sense, I'll talk later about an innovation in that space. And that means revisiting meaning and purpose, finding a way to make sense of what's happened in a way that has some kind of narrative coherence. And that means that for workers, there are real skills needed to support someone to make sense of what's happened to them without imposing the worker's explanatory model onto their experience, because that's not how people make sense of their experiences. And then finally, empowerment, the ability to have agency in a culture and a context of the individual's choosing. And that, as we've talked about already, speaks to issues of stigma and discrimination, and how they need to be challenged if we're going to have a fully recovery supporting society. So what can systems and services do? So we developed this framework based on a review of best practice in a dozen or so countries. And essentially, we think there are 4 broad categories of activity that the mental health system, from the way that we provide disability insurance through to the way that individual workers say hello to people, that the system can support people's recovery. So the first is how you work. And essentially, for example, if you are expecting an individual to be compliant with your treatment recommendations, you're not supporting personally defined recovery, because you're not supporting an individual to exercise choice and agency. And so it's not just the working relationship, it's also, of course, providing that support, and providing support for an individual around goals that matter to them. So the working relationship and support for personally defined recovery are around what goes on in that often 2-person relationship between a worker and the individual expert by experience. But then there's a broader context of organisational commitment, and there's now very good evidence that the culture within an organisation influences the way that workers work with people using that organisation. So, for example, if you have a very disempowering management style, where the leaders of an organisation tell the workers what to do, that will mean that the workers tend to work in a disempowering way with the people they're providing support to, and they will be telling people what to do instead of supporting their individual recovery journey. So the organisational commitment matters. But then finally, because recovery doesn't just happen in health and social care systems, it happens in real life. There's the broad agenda around promoting citizenship. And this is, I think, what the human rights agenda is really grappling with. So this framework has some impact internationally. So, for example, it underpins your national framework for recovery-oriented services that is in use in Australia. Here's a guide that has 100 ideas for practical things that workers can do to support recovery. I've been quite surprised at how popular this has been. It's been translated into many languages, some but not all of which are shown here, and it's a free to download guide from my website. Some of the other free downloads that we've produced, on the left is shown our effort in England to sort of conceptually make sense of this idea of recovery in a way that workers can understand. The paper in the middle was written in collaboration with the Australian charity, as you can see, and was focused on collating and synthesizing the empirical evidence about recovery. So it's just no longer defensible to be saying something like, there isn't any evidence for these newfangled ideas, we'll wait till they blow over. That's just not an intellectually defensible stance. And then the document on the right is the business case, which is, we're now at a tipping point where actually the case, I think, is pretty overwhelming from a business perspective, never mind a human rights perspective or a clinical perspective, that actually you get a better bang for your buck, you get better value for money by investing in recovery than investing in traditional clinical approaches. And that has profound implications for systems like Australia, where there's still a very strong hospital presence, for example. I've got a particular interest in psychosis. So this is a document we've produced trying to understand what recovery orientation means in relation to people living with experiences of psychosis. And finally, there are a number of books. I've shown one on the left that is from Larry Davidson's group at Yale, and one on the right that my group collaborating with Australian and New Zealand colleagues developed. And these are practical guides about what you can actually do to look to make a difference in people's lives if you're in a worker role. So I want to just talk about one specific approach which our group developed called Refocus. So Refocus, you'll remember this framework for recovery-oriented practice. Refocus is focused just on these two components, on what happens when a worker meets a consumer. And essentially it's based on three values, because a recovery orientation means being really values aware and actually doing some thinking about the values that you have. And the merit of highlighting these values is at least it makes them amenable to debate, because one of the reasons that people don't, or sometimes there is resistance to developing a recovery-oriented system transformation, is because people just don't buy it. And those are discussions that need to be had, I would suggest. So, and one reason people just don't buy it is because they don't agree with the values. So we had a view that it's better to make these values explicit and hence amenable to debate, so that at least we can have a more clear and honest discussion about what the issues might be in terms of system transformation. So the first of three values is that the primary goal of the service is supporting recovery, which might sound apple pie, everyone's going to agree with that. But what that means is that it is not the primary goal of services, for example, to manage risk. That may be a secondary goal, that may be a component at times, but it's not the primary goal. Similarly, it means the primary goal is not to keep the organisation out of the newspapers, which I suspect is the implicit goal of many chief executives of mental health organisations in England at present. The second value is that workers will primarily focus on supporting progress towards the person's goals rather than the professional or the worker's goals. And again, that might sound very apple pie, who could disagree? We did a large-scale review of case notes in the Mental Health Trust in London I used to work in. And what we found was that over 3/4 of the actions recorded in care plans were things that the individual would do to or on behalf of the person. And they were all the same across all of the care plans. They were monitor early warning signs, support relapse planning, etc., etc. So the litmus test of if this value is being enacted is everyone's action plan or care plan or recovery support plan, they all look different. So if you have an organisation where pretty much everyone using the service has the same kind of recorded plan, then you're not yet in accordance with value 2. And then value 3 is that mental health services will work as if people, or when they're in crisis they will be, are able to be responsible for their own lives. And again, it's easy to sort of dismiss this and say, oh, well, that's what we do anyway. But it means that, for example, some assumptions that leak out, for example, in if we talk about case management, then we should be really reflective on what that's saying about where the responsibility lies for being able to live well. And so there are real challenges about these values. And I have a lot of respect for people who say, for example, one or more of these values I just don't agree with. And I think that's an authentic and honest response. I think the world is turning, and I think over time, these are the kind of values that will become embedded in mental health systems internationally, but transitions can be painful for all of us. Okay, so those are the values underpinning the Refocus intervention. So Refocus is a manualized intervention, so you can download it for free from the website here. And it's an intervention for workers to use when they're working with individual consumers or experts by experience. So there are 3 behaviors that we support workers to do. The first, what we call working practices, is supporting a worker to understand the person's values and treatment preferences. So that's the start of the conversation with the person. And the goal of that is to start not with what's wrong with the person, but who the person is. And that, again, may sound a trivial wordplay, but actually leads to very different conversations. The second behaviour is to focus worker actions not on ameliorating deficits, but on assessing and amplifying strengths. And in the Refocus intervention, we provide a number of tools to support the worker, for example, even just to notice what the person can do, because that's not necessarily been part of their training, and then to support them to amplify strengths rather than trying to reduce difficulties. And then thirdly, to support the individual in their goal striving rather than doing things for the person, as we talked about before. So that's all jolly good. Those are the behaviours that we want to see. Those are the conversations we want to be able to observe going on between the worker and the consumer. But there's an international issue, which I've touched on already. The idea of recovery just being relabeled old practice, the next thing that services do to people. So how do we move beyond just trying the next thing or labeling the same stuff as with different labels? And the answer is in the relationship. The answer is how you work with people. So in Refocus, the big transformation in the relationship is that we use coaching. Again, these are free to download resources. So the worker takes on a role not as a doctor or a mental health professional, but as a coach for the individual who is trying to find a way forward in their life. So coaching, many of us will be familiar with. I've certainly had coaches at points in my life and benefited greatly from their support. But we will know that the key thing about coaching is it assumes that the person being coached will find their own solutions. It is not the job of the coach to fix the person being coached. It is the job of the coach to use skills like shown here to help the person to find their own way forward in life. And that fundamentally changes the nature of power in the worker-consumer relationship. So that's Refocus. So using coaching to is the context in which to provide those three working practices. So Refocus has also been replicated and extended in Australia by Graham Meadows Group in Victoria. And so this is the Pulsar Refocus intervention, which has been developed and tested around Melbourne. And both of the randomized control trial we did in England and the one down in Australia have been published both in articles shown here. And so there's a credible evidence base underpinning Refocus. And what we found was that it has an impact both on standardized measures and perhaps more importantly on what people experience and report in terms of their recovery when it's implemented and not when it's not implemented. And of course, this therefore speaks to the organizational commitment component that we talked about before, that if organizations aren't up for this kind of change, then they'll kind of do it, but do it not very well, and it won't have much an effect. So in some ways, approaches like Refocus are a tool for system culture transformation as much as they're a tool for supporting individuals in their recovery journey. Okay, so just turning to the final topic, I want to just touch on peer support. So peer support will be a thing that many of us are familiar with. So this is people with their own lived experience of mental health issues and recovery being employed to be credible role models for others who may be earlier in their recovery journey. The paper that came out last year identified 19 randomized controlled trials providing support for how peer support workers can improve recovery and support empowerment. One of the jokes I like to make when I'm sitting with my multidisciplinary mental health team colleagues is that if there are occupational therapists and social workers and psychiatrists and clinical psychologists and nurses and peer support workers sitting around the table, there is only one group with any randomized controlled trial evidence showing that they need to be at the table, and that's peer support workers. No other professional group, psychiatry, psychology, any other group has randomized control trial indicating that they have an evidence-based medicine reason to be at the table. So provocation questions. But this is nothing new. So 200 years ago, Jean-Baptiste Poussin, who was governor at an asylum in France, he wrote this about how helpful it is to an individual to have something meaningful to do and that the person tends to improve. What isn't so obvious from this quote is that 17 years before he wrote this, Jean-Baptiste himself was an inmate at the Bicêtre asylum. So very much modeling the transition of recovery in his own life. So peer support work. So I alluded already to the idea that there's been a number of randomized controlled trials. These have all been done in what some people call the global north. the areas of the world shown here. And the challenge of that is that we don't know how much, if at all, those findings generalize or make sense in other areas of the world. We also, therefore, don't know what we can learn from other areas of the world that might improve our approaches to peer support work. So in the Upside study, which is going on at the moment, we're trying to address that by trying to understand what peer support work looks like and what we can learn from implementing it in mental health systems and countries that come from very different resource levels. So as part of this study, we've done a systematic review about the influences on implementation. And the most dominant influence, the thing that seems to impact on peer support worker implementation the most, is the organizational culture. So here's this recurring theme that if you're a system leader, the culture within your system really, really matters. It's not just about the service you deliver. It's about the organizational commitment to recovery that is present throughout the organization. We also published a systematic review about how peer support work is modified in different settings. And there are some real challenges. So, for example, one of the modifications is role expectations. And we have live debates here in England about whether peer support workers should be delivering medication to people, about whether peer support workers should be involved in crisis de-escalation. So there are knotty, challenging issues for peer support work as it is enacted in different settings. But in Upsides, we're looking to extend the knowledge base from the spaces that have provided the randomized control trial evidence thus far to new spaces. So we're currently conducting a randomized control trial that's going on in several countries, so Uganda and Tanzania and India, and as well as higher income settings of Israel and Germany, to really try and learn both ways what peer support work means when, for example, provided in countries with lower resource settings, or provided in countries with more collectivist cultures, such as India. And it's obviously, to mention, been a massive challenge. I mean, every one of these countries has at various times been shut down due to COVID. So you can imagine the kind of challenges of trying to run a multinational trial in that context, especially of an intervention that by definition is relational. It involves people relating to each other. It can't be delivered through the post. So we've had challenges aplenty with that. Nonetheless, we've made good progress. So on the left is the intervention manual, in case it's of interest, for how we've modified it to make peer support work an internationally usable approach. And on the right is the protocol for the trial that's currently underway and has got many hundreds of people taking part. So just in closing, before I open the up for questions, I'd like to talk about 3 innovations that we are working on in my research group, just to give you a sense of the kind of things that hopefully are coming down the road in the future. So the first innovation I want to talk to relates to that knotty issue of identity, that the I in CHIME. And what we were very interested in is practical approaches that can be used to draw from other areas to support the development of a positive identity as a person in recovery. So we did some qualitative research, which we published in 2019, asking people to tell us their story, and then doing a semi-structured interviews to try and understand what was going on. And in this study, we particularly targeted, there were 77 participants, but we particularly targeted people from under-researched groups to try and broaden out the evidence base about recovery. And one of the things that we noticed that was a recurring theme was people were talking about things using mental health terminology, but the processes they were talking about were what someone from outside the mental health system would call post-traumatic growth, following trauma or following adverse experiences. So we've become quite interested in this and published a paper in World Psychiatry, the highest impact factor psychiatric journal in the world, looking at the question of how we can support people living, in this case, particularly with psychosis, to make sense of their experiences. And what we concluded is that for workers, this means doing something new. So it's not just about promoting insight. That's kind of bringing the individual into your terrain of understanding, supporting the individual to develop their own understanding, and in particular to notice areas of growth and positively valued change that they've experienced is a new skill that workers will need to get better at developing. So we're currently in the process of developing an online intervention which is intended to support post-traumatic growth in psychosis. The second innovation I want to talk about will be known to many of you. This is recovery colleges. So there are many recovery colleges in England, in Australia, in a number of other countries. Certainly the most recent estimate is that there are recovery colleges up and running or being created in 22 countries around the world. So over 10% of the countries in the world. So for example, here's the recovery college, the first in Africa. So this is in Kampala. It was a fantastic experience. So I went there and I did a course that was an introduction to recovery. So it was really interesting, run by a local peer support worker in Kampala. And they were talking about all the things that can go to help with and need to be considered in relation to recovery. So they were talking about empowerment. And I was thinking, oh yeah, great. I've done research about empowerment. I know about that. And they were talking about the importance of hope and having a sense that life has some possibilities for you. And I thought, yeah, that's great. That's really important. And then they went on to talk about the role of witchcraft. And I was like, witchcraft? I've never heard witchcraft being talked about in a kind of introduction to recovery talk. And so the whole process was very different. They had a different approach and different cultural backdrop that meant that they had to consider new issues. So the learning I did in that course was amazing. It was a real kind of opportunity for me to extend my kind of thinking about what recovery means for people in cultures that are very different to mine. So recovery colleges are springing up around the world, but what they haven't yet been subject to is systematic investigation. So we're starting just started a 5-year program of work, which is really trying to understand the impact of recovery colleges on people using them and on the wider culture of the health and social care system and on society. So we're very excited. That study is called the Recollect study, and that's just rolling into life at the moment. And then the last thing is a current study we've got going on, which is called the NEON study. And this is harnessing digital technology to support more people to have access to recovery stories, because it is said that stories change us. I personally believe that. One of the challenges is if you're an individual, struggling with mental health issues, how can you be exposed to a story that may have a transformative impact on your life? So one way is you may meet a peer support worker and they may tell you their story, or which is great, but that may not be the right story for you. So in the NEON study, which is ongoing a trial at the moment, we've collated the world's largest collection of English language recovery stories. And when someone joins the trial, they are given the chance for the system to recommend a story to them. And we use artificial intelligence approaches to match, it's called a recommender system, to match an individual to a story that the evidence suggests is more likely to be of benefit to them. So we're looking to evaluate whether this is an intervention that is helpful to people. And at the moment, we've got about 1,600 people across England taking part in the NEON trials to try and investigate the impact of recovery stories on them. So those are some things that we're working on at the moment. And with that, I'd like to just close by mentioning the quote I put in the abstract for my talk, suggesting how the success of initiatives such as NDIS, but more generally, of course, should be judged. And I'm hoping that you've been able to draw some links between those national issues of disability insurance schemes with the broader international context and the way the wind is blowing in terms of developing a rights and recovery-oriented mental health system internationally. So I'm going to stop sharing my slides, but I'm very open to questions now.
Mike, thank you so much. And thank you for all those resources shared. I'm now going to read out some questions that have been sent in. I have to start with this one. Bingo. Sadly, the NDIA's organisational approach has a very strong tendency to be very disempowering for people. The whole way it is set up and the changes happening at the moment is eroding rights, choice and control. How do we effectively push back against this paradigm which further disempowers and disables us?
What a great question. I mean, I'm afraid I can only give an indirect answer. So I wouldn't presume to have anything to say specific to to your context. I mean, you'll have all the experts on the call who are not me. I don't live in Australia and I don't work there. But I guess my observation would be, I try very hard in my talks to differentiate between what sounds like a good idea and what is an empirical statement. And it's an empirical statement, not just an ideological statement, that organizational culture impacts on people using that organization. And that's the statement you can take to the bank. So if you want to be challenging the way that NDIA is rolled out or particular practices, then a reasonable rationale for challenging them is, we're not trying to surely disempower the people who are using this insurance scheme, are we? I mean, maybe if that's the goal, then that's a great way of going about it. But surely we're not trying to do that, and just kind of, give some ownership back to the system to say, actually, gosh, yeah, we're not trying to do that. So why are you operating the system in this way?
And is that something you've seen work in practice?
Well, I think it's very interesting about how things change. There's a kind of rational discourse, and that can go some way. I think the particular types of evidence are more powerful for policymakers than other types of evidence. So researchers often think, for example, randomized controlled trials are very powerful. My experience is that in terms of changing policy, individual testimony can be just as, if not more powerful. So if it were me, I would be collecting some individuals who can talk eloquently and confidently, even to system leaders, about the impact on their day-to-day life of the way the system is running. And that may be more powerful than a kind of statewide evaluation of outcomes.
Excellent, thank you. So we've really appreciated these perspectives. This is a bit of a double barrel question that's come through. The perspectives being shared and the older paradigms being challenged. Unfortunately, the concept of mental health recovery is being hijacked and reframed back to personal recovery by services and particularly by governments. And also the definition you've shared doesn't incorporate the social impacts on mental and emotional distress, and appears to support putting a responsibility for recovery onto the individual, which can also be harmful. How do we tackle those shifts that continue to marginalise people with mental and emotional distress, especially people with psychosocial disability? You have answered a bit of that, but do you mind expanding?
Yeah, great question. So thank you, whoever was kind enough to answer that, to ask that. I guess I've deliberately skipped over some bits which are really important because of just time. One bit is that absolutely, as the questioner says, the way that recovery as an approach is being operationalized in many countries, certainly including mine, is validly criticized for hijacking, commandeering, co-opting the concept in the service of broader political agendas. And, I hesitate to introduce the term neoliberal, but, there's reasonable critiques that are around that. I guess for me, it sort of depends on where what you choose to see. I think we've come a long way. I think we have a long way to go. So I think we've come a long way, and that tends to be what I focus on, because I think actually building on strengths is probably more useful than saying, oh, we haven't done this and that and the other yet. But those are absolutely valid concerns. I mean, are people still experiencing stigma and discrimination in society? Yes, they are. Are they still systematically and structurally discriminated against? Yes, they are. So in my country, for example, in law, every citizen has the right to, under the Mental Capacity Act, to make choices that in the view of others may be viewed as unwise, except for people deemed to have a mental disorder, where the Mental Health Act is seen as more important than the Mental Capacity Act. So some of the basic rights of citizenship are structurally taken away from individuals with diagnosed mental disorder. So absolutely, are there battles to fight? Yes, there are. For me, I guess I just compare with how things were when I started in the mental health system, whatever number of years ago. And my first experience was being shown into an asylum where people were warehoused until they died. And, I hold my optimism from how very, very far we've come from that point, and honour the reality that we have far to go.
That's really well put. So look, Implementing peer work effectively not only relies on organisational cultural change, but also systemic change to acknowledge the role as a valuable part of recovery support and to further support implementation within organisations. This is going to be a question. Can individuals do high quality peer work without the organisation or the whole system changing around them to create the right environment?
Yeah, it's a toughie. I've seen this play out in a number of countries where there are high expectations placed on individual peer workers, especially when the role is being introduced to the system, and they're kind of lauded as being carriers of culture into the system. They are seen as a solution to system transformation, and the system breaks them. And 6 months, a year, 18 months later, it's all in disarray because actually no one could carry that burden of an individual with no positional power or authority or trying to change the culture of the system. So there are tragedies that happen. I think, therefore, it's really important that systems, organizations, countries, regions, introducing peer support work, do it thoughtfully. So one thing that we know is that if there isn't sufficient organizational readiness, it really is not in anyone's interest to try and introduce a service that will then just fail. So in England, for example, IMROC, IMROC, which is the National Transformation Programme, has an approach called TRIP, the Team Recovery Implementation Plan. And I spell these out because these are all downloadable from the IMROC website. And that's a process of preparing teams to have peer support workers. So the assumption is made that teams need some preparation, for example, to challenge the stigma that may be held by team members about them and us, and the challenges that individual workers may have of a colleague sitting next to them who is talking about their own mental health issues, and the way that may be violating their assumptions that there are them and there are us. And, you know, how can we gently but assertively challenge that in-system stigma to make it possible for someone with a dual identity as a worker and with lived experience to not just exist, but flourish and prosper and make a positive impact on the wider system. So it needs to be done thoughtfully, but tools are emerging to support that process.
Mike, thank you so much. We've got, I think, hundreds more questions that we'd love to have, but we're going to have to go to morning tea now. So thank you again for all your time. And everybody, we're back here at 10:45, but please do feel free to continue the conversation in the chat.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you so much.
Negative.
Hi, are we ready to start? Hi, everybody. Welcome to my presentation, and I'll certainly invite questions at the end. What I want to unpack today a little bit are some of the what I see. Are we ready to start? Apologies for that glitch, everybody. I had a technical issue at my end. Hopefully that's the last of them. I wanted today not to focus on the negativity around the NDIS necessarily, but certainly to unpack what I think are some of the foundational structural issues that we have to deal with. And so, sorry, I'll just put it back onto full view. To do that, I think it's important to start with some of the kind of places from where I'm coming from, including, of course, my recognition of the fact that I'm presenting from Western Australia in Whadjuk Noongar country, and recognising that they are the First Nations people all around Australia. I also want to acknowledge people with lived experience and their families, particularly the people participating in this session. I also want to acknowledge the history of the lived experience survivor movement in the right space, and acknowledge that we are here. As Mike Slade said, we have come some way. We have a long way to go, but acknowledging the work of some of, you can never put down, obviously, the thousands of people that have tried to move this movement forward, but certainly some of them I've just mentioned there, Judy Chamberlain, who worked with Bill Anthony on one of the key kind of forward movements around personal recovery. And also to recognise that I'm talking from a lived experience as a family member, and I'm noting the scarcity of lived experience voices of distress, of the kind that you know, mean that their lives have been severely impacted in all kinds of ways that we haven't got time to go into today. And so that's where I'm coming from. I think it's important that everybody acknowledges that, and that I really think that we've got so far to go in terms of unpacking knowledge in this space. And I guess as a family member, I'm not identifying as a carer. I think that's a term that needs refreshing, and is certainly a relationship killer. And I do see rights and relationships as interchangeable. Okay, so for those of you who may or may not have seen the media recently, and certainly I apologise, I probably should have just given a heads up, but I also want to acknowledge that there are many people who have not survived this system, and David was one of the people who was a participant in the NDIS, and really found himself in a position of having absolutely no supports, and passed away at the age of 55. Like so many people do, we know the mortality gap is about 20 years from the rest of the population. Okay, so to start the process, and the first animal in the menagerie, and I'm not going to over-egg this, but I want to draw attention to some advice that Sir Michael Marmot put forward as part of the COVID inquiry in the UK. And they asked him, he's a population health expert, he provided a wonderful submission to the Royal Commission report in Victoria. And he was asked, well, how on earth do we deal with this disproportionate impact of COVID on people from Black and minority ethnic groups, as they call it in the UK, and the advice to wash hands. And he just said, fix structural racism. And of course, the answer, as we do in Australia with mental health, is, but what should we do tomorrow? And he said, fix structural racism. And the intention around this presentation today is to draw attention to the fact that we haven't fixed structural oppression and the reasons why people often find themselves distressed. And so I also thought we better begin with a mini beast in terms of diversity, and draw your attention to a piece written by Louise Byrne, who's providing the keynote tomorrow, around knowledge production and mental health again, and saying now is the time. We can't keep kicking the can down the road in terms of pretending that these structural issues don't exist and that because we have the NDIS, people's lives are going to be better because we say in our brochures that people have choice and control. There is a line in the sand that we need to draw, and Louise was really saying with her co-researchers that people in positions of power now have a choice, and we need to surface that choice, that they can either continue to marginalise the experiences and knowledges of people with mental health distress, or they can, you know, she's inviting people to leave really. And rather than bold language, which we all know we've had for so long, we're wanting action, and that's the thing we haven't seen in Australia. Speaking of language, and one of the most important voices I think that's been silenced in Australia is the survey of high impact psychosis. It's been around now for over a decade, and of the many, many, many pages of analysis in there, one page in particular stood out for me, and for me these are really the user requirements of a system. And they don't speak to clinical management. In fact, they speak to the kinds of rights that everybody has been clamouring about now for so long: money, poverty, loneliness, social isolation, lack of employment, like the big three there. And of course, poor physical health, because we know of all of the impacts of service systems for people experiencing these kinds of distress. And so out of all of these top 10 issues that they saw as challenges, they're all about what we're calling psychosocial supports. They're fundamental unmet needs. And so to kind of characterise people in this way is another beast that I'll come back to a bit later on in our menagerie. The amazing thing about this study was that regardless, and these are people mostly living in an inpatient ward long-term, regardless of the difficulties facing them, 3 out of 4 people believed their circumstances would improve over the next year. And I think instead of keep focusing on people's perceived deficits, we have to recognise the incredible strength and bravery that people with lived experience rise to every day without kind of turning them into heroic figures. I think we just need to recognise the amazing skills and strengths that people bring to survive in this oppressive system. Okay, so just briefly, because this stream is about human rights, I wanted to, apologies if you can hear, we've got a bushfire here in Western Australia, so I've got helicopters coming over. I wanted to unpack a little bit what we talk about when we talk about rights and why we're talking about them in this presentation. And so I want to talk a little bit about the social model of disability and how these rights might play out given the politics around understandings of madness and distress and disablement. I want to make a distinction between rights and citizenship. And I've got an asterisk next to that. I want to unpack the term citizenship because it can be problematic. I want to talk about, when we're talking about rights, what that means in a experience that's not necessarily reductionally individualistic. So I want to move beyond what's become a limitation around personal or clinical recovery. And I want to have a look at what it means for the intersection between rights and recovery. And finally, at the end, just touch on the World Health Organization Quality Rights Project and the potential for that to help us work our way through the implementation of the NDIS. The first distinction I want to make is that I'm not going to focus today on the human rights as we have kind of traditionally thought about it in mental health. Here I'm talking about beyond coercion, beyond restrictive practices, and I'm not minimising them. They play into the NDIS, they have a major impact on people's lives, they are anti-recovery, and there's a lot of work going on internationally and locally as well to work towards eliminating these issues. But I want to move beyond those kinds of traditional understandings of rights, because I think the other rights are equally important in terms of social and economic rights. And sometimes we tend to frame rights in terms of legal and political rights, and that can be a bit of a misdirection for people, because there's a sense that, okay, now you're not being forced into involuntary treatment, so everything's okay, and it's not. What I'm talking about now with citizenship here in this sense, in terms of rights, is really something that resonated with me around the citizenship project at Yale University. And I also want to just briefly, before I go into that, note that citizenship as a term is problematic for people who are Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders, particularly in Western Australia, because there are still, this is very, very recent history, very recent, when they had to apply, it just shows you how understandings can move on. They had to apply for citizenship, but also had to prove all of these trauma-uninformed anti-citizenship understandings in terms of ties with family and friends and so on. So when I talk about citizenship, I'm talking about it very carefully in terms of the 5 R's as they describe them in the Citizenship Project, which they're exploring in Connecticut, versus the clinical gaze. And I don't necessarily want to make that an anti-psychiatry statement or an assertion that the clinical gaze is anti-rights based, but I do want to point out that that narrow focus has probably hindered the progression of rights for people in the NDIS particularly. And I think one of the things that has particularly held us back in terms of clinical understandings of distress is this reluctance, and it's not just a clinical understanding. I think it's an Australian-wide understanding, and I'm forever grateful that we're about to embark on what I hope will be a groundbreaking project on stigma. But there is a tendency in Australia particularly to assume that distress comes from within and has absolutely nothing to do with your social environment. So this was a study from the University of Queensland, which found that people in the community generally tend to locate the problem within individuals rather than within their social circumstances. So to examine some of these issues, the lens I'm going to use is a very, very crude representation of the policy cycle, which is kind of like the way we like to think services and funding models flow in Australia, noting, of course, that it's political and ideological in reality, but there is a belief that we have a problem that is formulated, that is an evidence-based problem that is rigorously tested through knowledge production processes at universities. This then feeds through to policies and programs such as the NDIS and all of the other programs and policies governing mental health and distress in Australia. And that these, of course, lead to the funding models and the services that we receive on the ground. And noting there the very narrow construct of what should flow from a problem construction is that it has to be a service. I don't think it does have to be a service. I think services probably are part of the problem in some ways, and we should be thinking more about resources and supports. So if we take the problem construction part of this policy cycle and we have a look at how it's been traditionally constructed, these for me are some of the impediments to rights-based understandings and an implementation of true rights through the NDIS in terms of social and economic empowerment. So fundamentally, the problem locus is intra-individual. So built into the NDIS is an understanding, and as part of the access, that you have a condition with functional impairments, and there are all kinds of issues I won't go into there, but that really is the bedrock of engaging with the NDIS. The problem focus, therefore, because the problem locus is in the brain, is to treat the brain. And so the NDIS has been constructed around that problem in terms of providing supports to ensure that people's functional impairments arising from these conditions are addressed through things like engaging with the community and so on. And the problem onus still rests with the individual. So one of the interesting things for me out of the New Zealand inquiry a couple of years ago, there were a couple of really pertinent points, was they playfully reinterpreted the community treatment order and the involuntary compulsory element of it and flipped it around and said, well, actually the onus should be on the community to provide supports to individuals, not on the individual to receive treatment. And I'll talk a little bit more about that a bit later. The other interesting thing, though, just in passing, because I do want to talk just very briefly without distracting from the focus of this presentation on families, but they talked about the cruelty of referring families to non-existent services when looking for help for people who are really struggling. And I think that still plays out in Australia as well. I'll talk a little bit more about the absolute lack of relevant, appropriate services for people, regardless of what kind of package they have. So this problem construction then plays out in the system through policies, instruments like the DSM, the National Service Planning Framework, and funding flows, which of course still go primarily to clinical services. Noting that we have this kind of bucket of money, about $1 billion, in 2019 for the NDIS participants, but I'm not sure yet where that money is actually going, and we certainly haven't seen any evidence of outcomes yet. So in 1920, and this comes from the productivity report just released, there was $1.2 billion that were provided for plans for active participants with a primary disability or psychosocial disability. At that point, it was about 40,000 participants, and we do know that the rate of access is well below what it should have been by now. In addition to that, roughly the DSP or the carer payment is about 20,000, give or take, depending on your circumstances, per year. That's to live on. And the community supports environment roughly is about 6.5%, depending on which state you're in. In Western Australia, for example, that deficiency is very transparent because we've modelled an optimum mix of service quite a few years ago, haven't funded any of those services. In fact, we've gone backwards. And if you can have a look in the regional areas, the disparity is much worse. So of the hours that we thought, sorry, when I say we, it's this government policy, this is the community, had said we should be spending at this time was about 320,000 hours. The government only purchased 11,000. And if you look at the graph on the right, which is a breakdown of the National Service Planning Framework, and I'll draw your attention to the 3 levels of community that are referred to by government quite often. Really only community support is the kind of psychosocial element that we're placing the NDIS within. Funding has actually gone down again and represents a tiny fraction, and you can see where the bulk of the funding is still going in terms of services provided for people. And yet still within the disability payment system, the major area of distress for people requiring access for living, the meagre living allowance, is by far and away nearly double psychosocial disability, to about 250,000 people. So if we take a step back now and have a look at the problem construction through the eyes of lived experience, and I talk a little bit here about the problematizing of the way the problem is constructed and the way in which recovery is constructed. This is how people with lived experience have generally understood the problem. And I draw your attention here to the unrecovery star. Many of you will have seen this and been familiar with it, but this is really a good illustration of that problem location issue I was talking about before, and really placing the onus and the problem with the person. Of course, Recovery in the Bin, the UK survivor group that have challenged this, have flipped it and said, actually, no, the problem sits with all of these other issues, and that we are not addressing, not one bit of it, within the NDIS. This view has been reinforced by the Lancet's Global Commission on Mental Health. They have pulled apart all of the social determinants in a kind of methodical way that is useful for us to interrogate as well, and kind of layered them in terms of proximal and distal factors, all of which impact on our mental health, such as gender equality, such as poverty, and so on. So we have done a little bit of work around understanding some of the causation around mental health or distress, and started to develop a traumagenic understanding, particularly of psychosis. What we haven't done is flip that around and say, well, okay, how about we address some of these social determinants? This little table here, I think, further explores these intersectional issues around power, which is what it's about. This is from a service in Massachusetts that is really quite an exemplar of pushing the boundaries. And this was a table, when I went there, it was nearly 10 years ago, that they were using. And you can see kind of a correlation with the clinical understanding of the problem, the present understanding of the problem, and what they think should be the future understanding. And you'll see the future is very rights-based. And the onus of the dealing with the problem becomes back out into the community. I think probably the NDIS is still sitting in that maintenance. We're still benevolent caretakers. We're not really addressing the issues that need to be addressed. And those big thoughts on the end are really worth having a look at. And I highlight that deliberate human attention. I think David Harris, apart from his sister, who was incredible and amazing, had no deliberate human attention, and we have a human services system that somehow manages to avoid deliberate human attention. Okay, I want to just tease apart a little bit the social model of disability and the nuanced differences, because I think there was this kind of optimistic understanding that psychosocial disability, as we're calling it now, could be shoehorned into the broader social model of disability. And all we needed to do was provide wraparound supports for people and start to address some of the barriers to their citizenship, and we'd be fine. And it's not that simple. Locating the deficit for somebody when it's their self within an individual, and then just saying, okay, you have this condition, we're going to do this stuff around you, is really still just perpetuating some of the abuse. And I think we have a long way to go. This is I draw your attention to this book. It's quite a nice collection of essays of people with lived experience and others pulling apart some of these distinctions, and this work continues. But I think we need to push back on this notion that the NDIS considers psychosocial disability to be a disability just like any other. Okay, so if we go back to our cycle and focus for a minute on knowledge production, now that we've kind of pulled apart the problem formulation, noting that 99% of the resources towards knowledge production have flowed from the clinical construction. This is an image of a very beautiful building in Turkey. And it's the library at Ephesus, named after a Roman emperor, near on the Aegean coast. And there are 4 statues down the bottom, and they highlight the 4 virtues: wisdom, bravery, knowledge, and thought. And so I just wanted to pull apart, I think, what we need to do in knowledge production is move away from some of those kind of traditional RCT type approaches that Mike Slade was referring to, and really pull together all of these virtues to understand with humility what kind of knowledge we need to build to underpin the NDIS. Just as an aside, I just wanted to note that whilst the previous image I'd used of the thinker, Rodin's beautiful statue, is a male, much of the hell-raising work, to use Edgar Kahn's phrase of co-production, has come from women. So Miranda Fricker has coined this term epistemic injustice, which really is what I've been talking about. The ladder of citizenship most of you would be familiar with has come from a female, and some of the early pioneering work has also come from a female in the States. So lived experience knowledge production in its embryonic stage due to lack of resources is really moving our gaze, and it's saying we have to start looking at the problem and view it like open dialogue, for example. We have to start looking at the problem. Apologies, I can see I'm out of time. I'm going to skim through these things. We have to see the space between people in their context, not the space between their ears. We are relational beings, not beings in relationship. The workforce competencies that are required to kind of activate this knowledge production sit with lived experience, as Mike Slade has pointed out. They sit in structural competency, which is around navigating the spaces between people and intersectionality. They sit in relational competency, and they sit in conceptual competency. So being very, very clear about what kind of distress a person is living with, and what's the what's the background evidence and what's the background knowledge and assumptions that are informing our approach to our work. And I might say that's actually being advanced particularly by some psychiatrists in the States. So there are a lot of allies that are working in this space, not just people with lived experience. Just to highlight a few of them, this is some knowledge produced by Larry Davidson talking about love and hearing voices and saying that there's a causal relationship. Lack of love is key to continuing the distress, and that love can play a core role in recovery. A lot of people with lived experience have talked about the importance of services that are not mental health services. So a quick study described mental health recovery services as burdensome and inappropriate, whereas those that were freely chosen appeared more emancipatory and positively constitutive of identity. And they're coining the phrase intentional social capital, which I see lovely resonances with intentional peer support. And you need money to do that, and you need freedom to do that. Relational recovery is this concept of moving again away from the individual, but looking intensely at particularly family relationships and the distress and the complexity around that. Looking at the relationship between poverty and mental health, highlighting, for example, what can happen if you move to a medication-free treatment in mental health care, looking at policy interface options so that the context is the thing we focus on, not the person. These are some of the impediments to moving forward around knowledge production. So when we talk about shared decision-making, exactly what are we talking about here? This is a lived experience researcher highlighting the epistemic injustice around what we're calling shared decision-making. The current service planning frameworks are significant impediments. The Carer Gateway is a great example of inappropriate policy responses. These are some more examples of what can happen when people have a choice, a real choice. And of course, this is a place I visited in Norway. They're humming along, absolutely no issues. Everyone was enjoying themselves. There hasn't been any disasters yet, despite considerable concerns from people with clinical backgrounds. More lived experience knowledge from the Human Services Research Institute, where they're trialling lots of packages. Yes, if you actually have money and you have control over your budget in a real sense, not like we have here at the NDIS, outcomes are much better. These are some of the rights I wanted to talk about for families as well, just briefly. So there's a $14 billion industry and it's really effectively people, family members who have been taken up with love, the catastrophic system failure that still exists. And that means that their rights and their citizenship has been severely impacted as well. I don't want to dwell on that. It's just a policy blind spot that we haven't really thought through yet. So the final beast is the dragon, and essentially it comes down to ceding power. There are some hopeful bits. Clearly there's some work that's been done with the NDIS, and there is there's international momentum, particularly the World Health Organization report that should be coming out next year, having a look at some evaluations of some really good work, and Vision 2030, which I'm very hopeful will lead us towards a true sort of citizenship framework. Thank you. How did you go with the audio?
Hi, should I go ahead? Okay, I'm going ahead assuming that we're ready to go. Look, thanks, Kerry, for that insightful presentation. I really look forward to listening to it again when I'm not fixated on trying to get the tech right for my own presentation. But yeah, really great stuff in that. So look, thank you everyone for attending this session today. I'll just to small note that the abstract for that session, as it's recorded in the program, is actually my abstract from last year. So this presentation will be a little bit different today. I'm at the end of my study now, whereas that was focused on a particular chapter. So before I start, I'd like to acknowledge the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung people of the Kulin Nation as the traditional custodians on the land on which I'm speaking, and pay my respect to elders past, present and emerging. I'd also like to acknowledge people in the room who have lived experience and carers, and I'm particularly interested in your feedback on this paper today. I recognise some of the content that I'm presenting today might be sensitive, and I encourage anyone who's finding it too much to either disengage or get support. I'm not trying to present a positive picture here, so some people, well, it actually is a very depressing story, but there is a lot of systemic advocacy that will be following up on it. So yeah, it's really an issue for further work. But the presentation's called Understanding Why Residents with Psychosocial Disabilities Remain in Trans-Institutional Settings Despite the Once-in-a-Lifetime Opportunity of NDIS. The presentation's based on my PhD study, which explored the experience of 10 residents in 2 supported residential services in Melbourne over the first 18 months of the NDIS. And before I go to the findings, I'll give a brief overview of what SRS are and introduce the study's methodology. I'll then give an overview of my key findings and analysis and conclude by giving some recommendations and implications for policy. I'll keep the presentation to under 15 minutes if I can, so that I have time for some questions at the end, but please do comment in the chat box and leave your contact details if you'd like to follow up on anything later. I've just realised I wanted to share the screen, so I will put presentation up there for you. Okay, so supported residential services. These, by the way, are the 6 supported residential services closest to my home in Melbourne's north. So these are private congregate care facilities that are regulated in Victoria under the Supported Residential Services Private Proprietors Act, and they're in every state and suburb. You may have heard of them as licensed boarding houses in New South Wales, psychiatric hostels in WA, and supported residential facilities in South Australia. They also exist in Canada and the UK, and they house large numbers of people with psychosocial disabilities. The way I problematised SRS at the start of the study came out of my experience as a policy worker at the Office of the Public Advocate. Firstly, they're congregate care facilities housing up to 80 people, which are inconsistent with contemporary human rights understandings. Secondly, they cost 90 to 95% of the pension, leaving most residents living in poverty. Thirdly, decades of community visitor reports and inquiries have shown the inadequacy of SRS, including their impoverished conditions, low staff ratios, poorly qualified staff, and the social isolation of residents, including neglect and abuse. Lastly, prior to NDIS, we know that half of residents had no contact with family or friends, and half received no case management support or funding. So the goal of the study was to try and understand how residents' decision-making over the first 18 months of the NDIS would be affected by the context in which they were living. I used an immersive ethnographic method to try and get to know residents so that I could understand their experience of making choices and taking control over their lives. The study sites were 2 medium-sized SRS, which I called Mountain Lodge and Kookaburra House, in the eastern region of Melbourne. The study was conducted in 2 phases. In the first phase, I undertook observations to get to know residents, the environment, everyday routines, and what life was like in SRS. And in the second phase, I got to know a group of 12 residents, interviewing each person 3 times from the start of the NDIS to late 2019. I used interview methods that would enable residents to participate in a way that reflected their needs, things like go-to interviews and photo voice. I interviewed a limited number of others in residents' lives, including SRS proprietors, but I was unable to observe in NDIS planning meetings, unfortunately, or to interview NDIS planners due to difficulties gaining consent. I was assisted in gaining access to the SRS by the RAW project in the eastern region of Melbourne, which was a project supporting residents to gain access to NDIS. I consulted with lived experience experts at the start of the study and established a lived experience advisory committee that met twice, but then dropped off due to illness. As the study progressed and I interviewed residents, the key issue that emerged was the issue of choice and control over where residents lived. All the residents expressed moving out of the SRS as either a goal now or in the future. However, by the end of the study, only 3 residents had moved, all unrelated to the NDIS, and 9 residents remained in SRS. 4 residents got moving in their NDIS plan but had not moved by the end of the study. 4 residents who wanted to move did not have moving in their plan, and 1 resident was waiting on a VCAT review and also didn't end up going for NDIS. So the question became then, how did this happen? So I'll now turn to my analysis to explain the findings. I explored the extent to which SRS could be considered a total institution and found that it met many of the criteria defined by Goffman in his book Asylums. The criteria were firstly that it was a closed environment defined by the observation that most residents neither actively chose to live in SRS nor could they leave if they wished. Largely it seemed due to low economic capital, as many residents lived on around $7 a day once the fee was paid. Secondly, the proprietor was like a single authority in the lives of residents with the lowest social capital. This meant the proprietor could be the only person in on the residents' planning meeting. Thirdly, an analysis of life in SRS for most residents shows that it had no recovery or rehabilitation purpose. In this sense, SRS could be described as an end in itself. Finally, many residents were on legal orders, including CTOs and administration orders and other orders. Substitute decision-making was such a feature of this environment that I argued it impacted on residents' capacity for self-determination in the NDIS context. So I looked in depth at the experience of 6 residents, and this resulted in 3 themes relating to self and 3 themes relating to others. I need to clarify here that when I talk about self, these are notions to aid the analysis. I'm not in any way using these categories as an innate reflection of the person, but using them to understand the impact of the structural constraints that the person was living within. Excuse me. I use the theme hemmed in to describe residents who had the least choice and control over decisions relating to their housing choices. Madison, who was 37, had a long history of homelessness and being on substitute decision-making orders, and had been on an administration order since she was 17. She'd lived in multiple SRS and seemed to live her life in the revolving door between hospital and Mountain Lodge, having 4 or 5 admissions during the course of the study. Madison, whose picture of the afterlife is depicted in this slide, drew a picture of her and her boyfriend living in a flat with a dog and a garden, but told me that this picture represented the afterlife. Not now, she said, because she was too sick to live anywhere else. But then later she told me that moving out of SRS was her true goal. Madison was resilient, but her agency over her pervasive goals like where she lived was negligible. Madison had a good NDIS plan of $78,000, but she didn't have moving on her plan, or SIL or SDA, the types of funding that would have enabled her to live independently. Next, I used the theme working hard to describe residents who expressed a strong determination to move, but were stuck in a kind of graduation model where they'd have to prove themselves capable to others before taking the next step. But the steps towards graduating out of SRS were not always clear. Emma, 47, had one dream: to leave Kookaburra House and to move into a flat. Kit, 47, only had one dream: to leave Kookaburra House and to move into a flat with Emma, who she shared a room with. They'd lived independently for 14 years before coming to SRS and couldn't understand why this wasn't considered a strong enough credential for moving. They'd been at Kookaburra House for 3.5 years now. Although Kit was still adamant that she had enough independent experience to move, seeds of doubt were beginning to appear, and she was starting to wonder whether everyone was right and she was too sick to move. In the back of her mind, there was always the threat of going back onto a CTO or state trustees, so she knew she had no choice but to leave it to other people to decide what was best for her. As it turned out, Kit's plan of $38,000 did not include moving as a goal. Her new NDIS services were either provided by the SRS, and her new support worker was a former SRS staff member. The proprietor was the only person, the SRS proprietor, was the only person sitting in on her planning meeting, as the proprietor had blocked an independent advocate from supporting residents. I described residents who were able to achieve the goal as moving, 3 residents that was, as transformative with regards to their housing choices. Johnny, 37, had lived in Kookaburra House and other SRS for many years. He said he did not want to wait around for the NDIS, and he found a way to free up his economic capital and find his own worker by moving into homelessness. His plan was to get a worker that would support him to get his own flat, and by moving into a homeless hostel, he did achieve this. Harry, after 25 years of living in SRS, had moved out of Mountain Lodge too. Perhaps most significant for Harry was that his name had come up on the Office of Housing waiting list. Both Harry and Johnny, in effect, had sidestepped the SRS field, moving into the housing sector where they were seen as in need of housing rather than too sick to move or needing to prove something before they moved. The other set of themes to explain what happened related to the others in residents' lives, people who residents relied on for making decisions. What became clear in this study was the extent to which residents were reliant on others, with different perceptions about what they needed and were capable of to facilitate them gaining choice and control over their lives. In both SRS, it was as if there was a tacit acceptance by people involved in residents' lives of the inevitability of them remaining in SRS. The types of rationalisations included that residents needed the structure of SRS, needed support with medication, that only SRS could provide, and catastrophic examples were given of what would happen if residents did move out. In some cases, residents had others speaking for them in their NDIS meeting. For residents at Kookaburra House, this could be the proprietor rather than an independent advocate. And Madison's example showed that residents' pervasive choice of moving out of SRS could remain unseen or unheard in the NDIS planning meeting. As NDIS became a new revenue source in SRS, some residents' NDIS was co-opted by proprietors because of their vested interest. A particular concern was where residents' NDIS services were provided by the SRS, making it questionable whether the goal to move would ever be actioned. It's difficult to do justice to a 2-year study and the experience of 12 residents in such a short presentation. Almost 2 years after first expressing their dreams for a different kind of life, most residents did have more everyday choice in their lives, and most residents did get access to NDIS. But their aspirational choice to move out of SRS remained a dream. With the exception of Johnny, Harry and Nellie, who sidestepped the limits of the SRS field, moving out was not on the agenda for most residents. For these residents, it was difficult to know whether this would ever happen. In conclusion, what the study found was that residents' choices were constrained by the institutional environment in which they were living, as well as by the relationships in their lives. This study clearly has implications for policy. It shows how there is a need for supported independent living, advocacy, secure and affordable housing, and a recognition of the impact of substitute decision-making on residents' sense of their own agency. And that without these structural changes, residents' pervasive goals may never be achieved. If you are interested in finding out what advocacy is happening on this issue, please tune into the PCC Alliance session, which is on at 12 o'clock. And that's an advocacy alliance that was set up alongside this PhD to action some of these really important issues that are emerging out of the study. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Tanya. I work at St Vincent's Mental Health in Melbourne, and I work in this NDIS program lead role. Hello, I'm Tanya. I work at St Vincent's Mental Health in Melbourne, and I work in this NDIS program lead role, which is essentially about trying to help consumers of our service get onto the scheme and trying to make it work as well as it can once they're on. And the conversation I wanted to start today, which is about how do we get parenting supports into an NDIS plan, is really informed by the work I do with these people, the consumers and their children and families and carers, and the mental health clinicians at St Vincent's Mental Health Service, who allow me to learn and work alongside them, and my colleagues in the family space who always manage to keep children and parents and families and carers on the agenda. And as my partner likes to remind me, you're only going to remember one thing from this session. And I'd really like it to be this, so I'm going to try and slow down and make sure I get this right. We know that children of parents with a mental illness are twice as likely to have poor outcomes in all domains: mental health, social, developmental, educational. And we also know that parents of children of parents who are on the disability support pension for mental illness are 2.5 times more likely to require disability support pension in their adulthood. And we also know that if parents receive the supports to look after themselves and to parent well, all these risks are reduced back to baseline. And so to me, this seems to make perfect NDIS sense in terms of really fulfilling those insurance principles by providing evidence-based support that's going to reduce demand on services later. But it's just not happening. And there's a whole raft of reasons why I think it's not happening. And one is, I think it's not in the NDIS framework, it's not in their outcomes framework, it's not in their operational guidelines. And I'll talk a little bit about that later. But what I also really see is that it's difficult enough for participants to go to a planning meeting and describe how their disability impacts on them every day. I think it's even harder for parents to go to a meeting and describe how their disability impacts on their ability to look after their kids. And even more so if they're the person that's going to make decisions about their plans doesn't receive any guidance or information or support about how to respond to those, and their operational guidelines don't say this is a really important thing. And so that's why we really want to bring what we're doing and what we're learning to this national conference, because I think even though we're doing kind of local work and trying to work with clinicians and parents, once we get to that planning meeting, if planners don't know how or don't have a policy or guideline that enables them to put parenting supports into plan, it's just not going to happen. So we really need to get caring roles on the NDIS agenda. And why is it so important to do that? We know that up to 45% of people using clinical mental health services are parents, and we know that their children are twice as likely to have poor outcomes in all these areas. We also know that over 1 million children in Australia have parents with a mental illness, and kind of linked to all this stuff is the likelihood of them being overrepresented. And as an example of this is that 70% of children needing mental health treatment have parents who have had mental illness. And we know that there's an increased likelihood of them requiring DSP later in their life. And positive active parenting reduces all these risks back to baseline. So again, that early investment has great potential to be able to reduce demand on all services later. On top of that, there's an increasingly emerging body of evidence around the importance of relational recovery, and in particular how recovery occurs in families and interpersonal relationships. So for parents, the functioning of their family and the ability to perform their parenting responsibilities is intrinsic to their recovery. And that if we want NDIS plans to be effective and we want them to work really well, then we kind of need to make sure that the things that are really important to them are included in there. In practice, kind of what we see the barriers to getting parenting supports are back to this thing that the caring roles just aren't addressed in the planning discussions. And, you know, I kind of see this from my outsider point of view, that you know, it's kind of not in the script that planners and local area coordinators would have. It's not in the outcomes framework. And we really need to provide a lot of support and really strong advocacy to get the conversation even on the table. But it's really tricky for parents, and they're often really frightened to talk about parenting in those meetings, or they've never been really asked about it before. So it's just completely overlooked. And we also know that clinicians' knowledge and confidence in working with families, in understanding the NDIS, and understanding parenting roles and how disability might impact on them really, really varies. And so we've been doing some work in that area with this tool and some frameworks, and then I'll share that with you a little bit later. And finally, the kind of other real barrier to getting parenting supports is this individualistic rather than individualized approach. And I'll explain that with an example. So this is Jenny, and I got to know Jenny when I helped her and her case manager get her onto the NDIS. She'd been knocked back 2 or 3 times, and the reasons for that were largely due to her disability, that it was really tricky for her to engage with bureaucracy and with other services. Her care had been really fragmented due to some of those interpersonal difficulties, and her she was abundantly eligible for the scheme, so it was a matter of just kind of pulling everything together and getting her onto the scheme. And when we got to the meeting, you know, Jenny was totally clear about what her primary goal, which was to be the best mum she could be to her son. She was also really clear about what her greatest worry was, and it was that she was really worried about her and her son's health and nutrition, that she just wasn't able to prepare adequate meals for him and herself, and she kind of explained it. We also provided some evidence around what those barriers were and why she was having such difficulty to help NDIS and planners make a decision. And we also recommended that this kind of tapered approach. You know, Jenny was really, really keen, you know, her really, really keen to work on her skills, but we also knew that it was going to take time to for her to establish relationship with those staff, to kind of sort that. We knew from her history that it would take a lot, you know, a lot of energy and investment from everyone to get her engaged. And in the meantime, that delivered meals would really help address some of her concerns, and we thought they were required. And this was her response, that NDIS would deliver meals to her, but not her son, in accordance with their policies. And I get policies and procedures and operational guidelines. In fact, I love them. You know, I think they're the things that we use to get consistency in our work and help us all understand what we're meant to do and how we do it. But I'm really confused about this response, and I see it in a few other areas. You know, for example, in transport, that people can get a higher transporter allowance to go to. And I've been in a planning meeting when they said you could go to an adult day centre. So they can, or vocational or educational things, but the planner doesn't recognise at all when a parent requires transport assistance to get to meetings associated with looking after their child. But back to this issue and the policy and procedure. And for me, it's also this question around the rights of a parent with a disability, in particular this one. to render appropriate assistance to people with a disability in the performance of their child rearing responsibilities. And I kind of thought that this assistance to support people with a disability in their performance would sit with NDIS. But I've been, I see it in practice, it's not played out. And when I've tried to go through all the documentation and when I look at everything, it seems silent on parenting. And even the tune review. And I was kind of a bit excited about that because they started to talk about parenting. But when NDIS or other kind of reviews talk about parenting, it tends to be the parent of a young child, not the parent with the disability. So I'm really kind of keen to hear from others who kind of can maybe explain or kind of point me in the right direction around where this right for parents with disability to perform their child care responsibilities, who's responsible for providing that assistance. And it kind of comes back to a bit to this kind of individualistic response. And I think this is kind of where some of the issue lies, that the framework doesn't incorporate the parenting role. So we know that independence and vocation and education are really important, and connection to the greater community are really important ingredients in recovery. But we also know that that interpersonal element is really important as well. And I think that kind of individualistic approach and the lack of it being included in the framework is really one of the barriers. And we know from kind of research and evidence in how we address those barriers to family inclusive practice is that there's a need for frameworks and operational guidelines and really kind of targeted education and training for staff. So here's a framework that I prepared a little earlier. We did this framework as part of another project with consumers, carers, local area coordinators, NDIS and clinicians to help clinicians understand what their role in supporting consumers was along the NDIS pathway. So it kind of spells out kind of what the tasks are, what the outcomes are they should be working for, and kind of what the practices and knowledge that would help inform that. So in this one, we're talking about helping a consumer prepare for a planning meeting, and that we really need to think about the kind of big picture and consider the support needs of parenting roles. So we had it there in the framework, and then we really needed to provide some resources to help clinicians feel confident to do this. So this is where we developed this parenting tool. And it sort of has a little spiel at the front to kind of explain why it's important. And then on the back, what it does is it tries to spell out kind of parenting tasks under goals. And those parenting tasks might be bathing and dressing children, meal preparation, and assisting homework, for example. And then it tries to look at and articulate how disability might be getting in the way of completing those tasks. And again, here's also a kind of where, that really useful question that we've put in lots of stuff and I see elsewhere is, if the disability wasn't there, would this still be difficult for you? And I think that's been really helpful working with parents. So they don't see it as a personal failing, but it's actually this opportunity to kind of understand what's the supports that we could get in place that would make a difference here. So some of the barriers are things like concentration, memory, what else have we got in there? Organisational skills. And then we kind of look at what supports would be beneficial and what's the and we've tried to use the evidence-based ones there too to kind of do a bit of the legwork for people. So if we kind of look what the tasks were, what the barriers were, and that some of those supports might be more assessment to understand a bit more about what those barriers were, support, skill development, and prompting and training, for example. So I think that the tool is pretty self-explanatory. Having used it with a few families now, I think it needs a bit of a revamp and an update, but I think it's a really good starting place. So while we can kind of do this work, helping parents articulate what the issues are, the real challenge is getting it recognised by NDIS in planning meetings. And with independent assessments on the horizon, I think it's going to be even more of a challenge for parents. So the summing up, as I can hear my children are coming home from school, To sum up, we know that children of parents with mental illness are at least twice as likely to require extra supports and services. And we know that these risks are brought back to baseline if parents get the supports they need to look after themselves and to parent well. But it's really hard to get those supports in a plan, and it's unlikely to get any easier unless we get caring roles onto the NDIS agenda and into its outcome frameworks and policies. So if you have any questions or would like to talk a bit more about some of the stuff that I've raised today, please get in contact. I'd love to hear your thoughts and ideas. And I've also put up the references and the resources on the conference platform if you have a look at. Thank you.
Hi everybody, it's Mark Heaney here. I think Liz has just returned to her seat, so we'll give her a couple of seconds just to be able to link in. Hey, Liz, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Mark.
All right.
Are we up and going?
I think so, although our moderator hasn't said anything.
Okay.
Hi,
well,
Rosemary.
Hi, Rosemary. Look, I think we're online now. So I think maybe we'll make a start. Hang on, just wait for the go ahead. Hang on a sec. Sorry, I'm just having a couple of tech issues here, people, trying to get my presentation back up. Okay, I've got you there, Mark, but I can't see anyone else, but that's okay. Look, can you see me, Mark? And yep, okay, well, I'll just go ahead and get this session started. So hi, everybody, welcome and thank you for attending this session, which asks how can we work together around the national issue of improving the rights of people in private congregate care facilities. First, I'd like to acknowledge the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung people of the Kulin Nation as the traditional custodians of the land on which I'm speaking today, and pay my respect to elders past, present and emerging. Before I give some background on this session, I'd like to introduce the panel. So Rosemary Barker, who should have been on the abstract but was omitted for some reason. Rosemary is one of our speakers today, and she's the Manager of Safeguarding, Inclusion and Volunteer Programs at the Office of the Public Advocate. And Rosemary will be speaking about the issues community visitors have raised in this year's annual report to Parliament in relation to the experience of NDIS for Victoria's SRS residents. Mark Heaney is our other panel member, and he's the National Manager for Innovation, Growth and Accommodation at Mind Australia. Mark will be speaking about what Mind has been seeing in the supported accommodation, living and supported disability accommodation space for residents in Victoria's SRS. Apology from Neil Turton-Lane from Victoria's Mental Illness Awareness Council, who was going to present today, but had a clash with another panel occurring at the same time. Note during this session, there will be an opportunity for input through the audience survey. I think most people have actually already responded to that. So we have got the that final poll and we'll discuss it at the end. But due to this session only being 30 minutes, unfortunately, we won't be able to open it up to questions. But please contribute through the sidebar as we will be downloading a copy of comments made at the end of the session. And please leave contact details if you'd like to be contacted, because we're very interested in gaining new contacts today who are interested in this issue. So I'll begin by giving a quick overview of the session. The session is in the human rights stream of the conference, as we believe private congregate care facilities are an example of where Article 19 of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities has not yet been met in this country. Article 19 enshrines the rights of people with disabilities to choose their place of residence and with whom they live, and not being obliged to live in a particular form of housing. Private congregate care facilities are privately owned facilities that emerged during deinstitutionalisation in most states and overseas to provide for people who weren't provided with adequate support and accommodation. All states have similarly legislated facilities. In New South Wales, they're called licensed boarding houses. In WA, psychiatric hostels. And in South Australia, they're called supported residential facilities. And as many of you probably know, attending this session, they continue to be a default discharge option from mental health units for people who do not have the resources or support to choose to live elsewhere. So the PCC Alliance, we're an advocacy group that we formed following the 2018 National NDIS Mental Health Conference in Melbourne. And amongst the concerns raised at that conference were the closed nature of these environments, the isolation of residents, and the lack of advocacy and funding for residents with psychosocial disability in SRS. The session elicited debate about whether SRS residents would get the support and advocacy they needed to get access to the NDIS. Now in 2021, well into the NDIS implementation, Alliance members have findings from their experience of what has happened in this sector over the past 3 years. Before I turn to our panel, could I encourage you to tweet today on this important issue on the hashtag PCC. And just a reminder to the panel that we do need to keep to time so we have a chance to hear everyone's views as well as to allow audience feedback. So I'll ring a bell 30 seconds rather from your 5-minute time slot for each question and ask you to stop at 5 minutes. So without further ado, I'll ask Rosemary and Mark to talk about their experiences. So first to you, Rosemary. Firstly, could you give us a summary of what community visitors reported in this year's annual report about the take-up of NDIS by residents of SRS? And secondly, what issues CVs have seen in relation to the community visitors, rather, have seen in relation to SRS proprietors becoming NDIS service providers, which I know is a very topical issue at the minute. Can't hear you yet. Can you hear Rosemary, Mark?
No, I can't, unfortunately.
Just check your mute button, Rosemary. Well, as we can't hear Rosemary, I might just, while you check that out, Rosemary, I might just go to you, Mark. So the question I wanted to ask you, Mark, we'll come back to you in 5 minutes, Rosemary, but the question I wanted to ask you, Mark, was we understand that MIND has established new housing and support models to meet the NDIS funding context, and that specialist disability accommodation and supported independent living are the funding sources residents are going to need to move into these new models. So could you give us an understanding of what MIND has been seeing in the SIL and SDIA space for residents, and what's it been like for SIL providers such as MIND trying to engage SRS in supporting residents into SIL?
Yeah, sure thing, Liz. And I'll start with specialist disability accommodation. So it will probably come as no surprise to anyone attending this session that people with a primary diagnosis of a psychosocial disability, it's very rare that they will receive specialist disability accommodation within their plan. It's estimated that it's probably around less than 2% of people with a primary diagnosis of a psychosocial disability in the NDIS that are receiving SDA. So firstly, this is largely due to the architecture of the SDA not being compassionate to what the needs are for people with a psychosocial disability that sit outside of the broader definition of very high support needs and extreme functional impairment. And secondly, in experiences we have seen at MIND and across the sector, we've seen that support coordinators who may be helping the participant to think about housing and support solutions may not raise the opportunity of SDA being an option, which should be considered exploring, even if that person may likely meet that criteria and does actually require that level of support. So for people with a psychosocial disability living in an SRS, this may be impacted by the inability to access non-biased information about what alternative options may be available. Nor is there staff that we've seen and experienced who may be providing support in the SRS who have the relevant skills and qualifications to assist a resident of the SRS to identify how the environment they live in could be really positively or negatively impacting the influence of their own personal recovery. And beyond that, there's unfortunately that economic impact of how an SRS is operated, which does not provide the complete choice and control a resident should have in being able to use, in being able to think about what other housing options. For NDIS funded supported independent living, which is the support somebody receives, again, there is a myriad of challenges and barriers to navigate to assist someone to receive access to supported independent living. And one of the key issues is that you have to meet the reasonable and necessary requirements to receive SIL within your plan. And then once you may have received that, then you then have to go and find a specific vacancy within a residence, often with a very specific number of co-residents, as your NDIS planner may have made an assessment of how many people you should be able to live with. So this is obviously fraught with issues, and to the credit of the NDIA, they've recognised a lot of these issues and working towards trying to change that process and the pathway that participants need to go through. And one of those areas is the introduction of individual living options. Although I still don't believe there's probably enough meat on the bone of this new line item to truly understand how this could change the lives of participants with a psychosocial disability. And just lastly, from mine's experiences, what Liz asked within that question, over the past couple of years, we've been working with a number of community housing providers and SDA providers to create greater long-term housing and support solutions for NDIS participants with a psychosocial disability. And as part of this process, working with support coordinators and SRS proprietors to ensure we could reach SRS residents who could be provided with information to know what alternative housing and support options were available to them in the community has proved very challenging. And I think to overcome that is that ongoing education to SRS proprietors, their staff, and really strong persistence from support coordinators and their advocates to ensure they're equipping the participant that they're working with to not just equip themselves with the knowledge of what else is out there, but also with the confidence and the aspiration to imagine that their living situation could be different and absolutely better than where they may currently be. Back over to you. Thanks, Liz.
Thanks, Mark. Look, there's some very interesting policy issues in all of that, and particularly in relation to SIL and SDIA and how we can advocate for better access and better support for people living in PCCs. Look, we're going to go back to you now, Rosemary, and just go back to the question I was going to ask you. Could you just check that your mic's working first? Still can't hear you. Well, we might, I wonder if we should go to the poll.
Rosemary, if you can hear us, and apologies everybody who's listening in on this, if you wanted to email through to Liz and I, if you had written something, typed something up that we can speak on your behalf, we'd be more than happy to do that. But I agree, Liz, let's head to the poll and analyse the outcome of that as well.
Okay, so look, I'm just going to try and share the screen here first from this screen, and we're going to go to an audience poll. So we did ask at the start of the session with a view to getting the national, some national input into this issue, because albeit we are all Victorian presenters and we know this is a national issue. So we asked the question, a question about what the biggest barriers to NDIS were in different states and or territories for people living in private congregate care. And you can see the response there. So you can, hopefully you can all see me sharing this screen now. So the largest responses there were getting the right supports as an NDIS participant, and secondly, lack of advocacy and independent support. I mean, a large number of people also did suggest all of the above. Well, I'm surprised there's not more responses relating to opportunity exploitation of residents NDIS, because that's certainly what I saw in my PhD study, which I presented earlier. And access, interestingly, access isn't the issue that we possibly, well, at least as far as this poll is concerned, not the issue that we possibly thought it was going to be at the start, but there's a much more nuanced response there around not just getting access, but getting the right supports and advocacy. Mark, would you like to say something about that from Mind Australia's perspective?
Yeah.
So Liz, it's Rosemary. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now, Rosemary. So we'll just finish off with this poll and then we'll come back to you. Brilliant.
Thank you.
Thanks. Over to you, Mark.
Thanks, Liz. And I think that some of that doesn't come as much significant of a surprise. And I think getting right support as an NDIS participant is obviously a very crucial factor as well. It may be around the conflict of interest of a PCC proprietor. I think of thinking optimistically that there possibly could be greater opportunity and greater difference and removing that conflict of interest that people may be seeing. But I feel as though, I guess what I was speaking to before, that right support as an NDIS participant is absolutely crucial for the individual, but for support coordinators to really help somebody to assess what they should be accessing and what they could be accessing.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Mark. Look, we'll come back to the final poll question. Actually, we have two more. One's quite brief, but we'll come back to the final question after Rosemary. So I'll just go to you now, Rosemary. Back to the question, could you give us a brief summary of what community visitors reported in this year's annual report about the take-up of NDIS of residents?
Okay.
And also in relation to SRS providers becoming NDIS service providers and what you saw there. And if you would like me to share the screen, I'll put your PowerPoint up as well.
That'd be great. Thanks, Liz. So, Liz, community visitors have been surveying SRS residents, SRS over the last 3 years to look at the issue in relation to people's access to the NDIS. And we had about 59% of SRSs participate in this year's survey. I'm just giving people a bit of context in the PowerPoint, but if perhaps we go to the third slide, I think it is. Yeah, this one. So this just gives people the context in relation to, we had 59% of SRSs, and there's 125 of those in Victoria, participate in this year's survey. It was 65% for pension level. So that's where people are paying 85 to 95% of their pension to live in the SRS. And we know that there are about 91% of residents in SRS in Victoria have a disability, and 59% have a mental health disability. So this shows you that we've got about 748 people with NDIS out of a potential from that 59% of 1,066. Now, I think sadly that many of those where there's very little penetration of the NDIS didn't respond to the survey. But this just gives you a bit of the picture across the state. If we can go to the next slide, it just shows you that there's a large number of applications in progress. When we did it, I think it was 55 residents were seeking NDIS at that time. The next slide shows us that there were a number of people, 21 people that we documented who were declined NDIS, and they were declined for a range of reasons. Some of it was in relation to not providing appropriate information. In some cases, they were deemed to be ineligible. Others required more assessment, and some of them were deemed to have medical issues, not disabilities. Now, often people are putting in these applications with insufficient support, and it is a complex process to work through. So some of the people that have been denied might be eligible, but it is that they need that additional support. And I suppose the key issue that came up for us this year is really this conflict of interest issue with SRS proprietors running an NDIS business, and they are providing with the SRS accommodation and support. And what we've seen is a redefinition of what support means. So, for example, in the past, people might have received assistance with showering. Now, proprietors are saying all they will give people is reminders to shower. If you need showering assistance, you have to get an NDIS package to fund that. The other issue we're seeing is that people are being charged a particular rate in an SRS. One example given to me recently was $450 a week for the normal fees living in the SRS, but if you've got an NDIS package, you're paying $1,000 a week for exactly the same services, and in some cases, they're building in additional fees like cost of cleaning and washing of their clothes when that's supposed to be provided to them with their accommodation and support. So CVs are now following up on a range of issues in relation to concerns that they have about this double dipping as we see it. The other issue that we see emerging is that proprietors are trying to channel people away from other NDIS service providers to their own business. And particularly over COVID, this was a really big issue where they were locking facilities and locking out other service providers and saying to people, well, if you cut off that service provision and sign up with me, then you'll have none of these issues. So those are some of the sorts of issues that community visitors are documenting. And we have raised a number of issues with the agency and some issues with the Safeguarding Commission. Thanks, Liz.
Thanks, Rosemary. Look, some great work being done by community visitors, and certainly you've gathered a lot of information since the last time we had a conference back in 2018. So, and interesting that issue of the way that proprietors have repositioned themselves to capitalise on this new revenue stream, which I think is becoming more of an issue. So look, we have 6 minutes left of this session. So I might just briefly turn to the second slide, the second audience response. So just sharing the screen now for that. And so the question here was, what should the focus of the PCC Alliance's advocacy efforts be? And you can see there that working towards alternative accommodation options is a very strong response there at 33%, as well as arguing for better access to NDIS. So that's probably what I would have expected. Rosemary or Mark, would you like to comment on that one? Because I think it's an interesting response.
So can I just make a comment about, so one of the things that we're seeing is that proprietors are trying to lock people in to, agreements that are extended. And if they get any information that suggests that, for example, a support coordinator is looking at alternative accommodation, they're often making it really difficult for that person then to access their client in the SRS in the hopes that that will stop that from happening, and in some cases even getting them to change their service provision for NDIS from that particular service provider trying to get them into alternative accommodation and into their own business.
Okay. Mark, did you have something to say about that response as well?
Yeah, just very quickly, I guess being quite Victorian centric here, so I apologise in advance, but the big build funding that was announced by the state government last year, we're optimistic that there needs to be a strategy and level of focus on people who may be on the Victorian Housing Register, but also might be in line to be able to access more appropriate accommodation through that big build, particularly because...
Can you just explain what that big build proposal was, or the funding was, for people who aren't from Victoria, Mark?
Sure. So it's a significant injection in social housing. So in the past, Victoria has unfortunately had the lowest amount of social housing per capita in the country. And this is going to reverse that, where there will be, I guess, the most amount of social housing per capita in the country. So part of that build of social housing will include specifically 2,000 homes for people that do have a mental illness. And as we well know, that particularly within an SRS environment, there's a lot of people that have significant mental health issues. So the work that I guess needs to be broadly done in working with Homes Victoria, which are the governing body for the implementation of this injection of social housing, is being able to ensure that we are being able to allocate and appropriately match housing to people that are in most need. And I'm sure that a lot of people that are in an SRS will form part of that.
Well, that's definitely an issue that I think we're looking at in the future, and certainly one of the issues that's emerged out of my study is a need to look at the housing preferences and needs of people living in supported residential services, because and private congregate care settings across Australia, because what we're not seeing is a recognition, I think, that some of those settings do need to be deinstitutionalised, and it is a very old model of congregate care that isn't consistent with today's standards. But look, I'm going to have to. We've got 2 minutes. If you've got a quick comment, Rosemary, then we'll go to the last poll.
Make a quick comment, which is that the Mental Health Royal Commission report is to be handed down, I think, today or tomorrow, and we're hoping that there will also be some wraparound services as part of that, which would then assist people to be able to take up that social housing and be adequately supported.
Well, that's fantastic. Well, we look forward to the Victorian government coming down with that. I think somebody said that was that had been postponed because of COVID announcements, but that should be hopefully coming out later today or later this week at least. So look, we've got 1 minute left, and I will keep to time because I know that we've had some issues this morning in keeping things to time. But the last audience question was, would you be interested in joining the PCC Alliance to advocate on this issue? And we have 44% of people saying that they're interested. So I have no idea how many people have responded to this. Oh, there we go, four people. So look, potentially 4 new members, which is fantastic. And look, I'm conscious today that we haven't had a lot of time to open this issue up for discussion with a 30-minute panel. We understand there's a lot more going on in other states, and we're keen to get your input and ideas that you have on this issue for our future directions. So will you join me in thanking our panel, Rosemary Barker and Mark Heaney, for their contribution today. And I thank you all as well for your participation. Please be in touch or leave your email address in the chat box if you would like us to contact you about further advocacy on this issue, or if you have something you'd like to share with us. And I'll just lastly put up a contact slide, our contact details on a slide, and thank everybody very much for their participation today. So thank you, everyone.
And welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed those streaming sessions. There was a lot going on. So if there's anything that you missed in 36 hours, you can come back and you can watch anything that you'd like to catch up on. And can I just remind you of what I said earlier? If you have anything that causes you discomfort or distress, please connect with the peer support team. Just head to the virtual exhibition booth, click on the LEWP button, the first logo on the page, and go to start a conversation. Someone will be there to talk to you. And now our next speaker is Christine Morgan, the CEO of the National Mental Health Commission and National Suicide Prevention Advisor to Prime Minister Scott Morrison. So I'm fairly sure there'll be some pointy questions for her. The Productivity Commission report on mental health identified an even bigger role for the National Mental Health Commission in the future to identify the appropriate outcomes and report on progress in achieving mental health reform in Australia. We're delighted to welcome Christine, and there will be a Q&A. So get fired up, enjoy.
Thank you so very much, and can I say already I am looking forward to the Q&A. So I would just like to take you on a bit of a journey today around all things to do with mental health reform. But could I begin perhaps by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the lands upon which each of us are meeting. Here in Sydney, it's the Gadigal people of the Eora Nations, and I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. I would also like to pause and acknowledge all of us who live with mental health issues, mental illness, and to also acknowledge those who care for somebody who has mental health illness, ill health, or conditions that they're dealing with. Also, thank you. I'd like to acknowledge the organisers of the conference today and my fellow delegates. I'm also looking forward to tomorrow's panel. So I'm seeing today as a little bit of a commencement, if you like, on this journey with you. So what I might do now is share my screen with you as I take you through some slides. Okay, so I think that will take us there. So as I said, what I'm aiming to do today is to guide you through the evolution of what I think is probably a really important strategic framework which we've been developing. But in order to do so, I want to set a central platform, and that is that lived experience has been core to all that we have been doing. And because this is about what you're interested in, I'm trying to look at how that mental health reform agenda has touch points with the NDIS. From a mental health perspective, that's predominantly around the need for psychosocial supports. We certainly take the view that psychosocial support is an absolutely vital resource for people who are dealing with mental health issues. So let's begin. Every single report or inquiry that I referenced today is underpinned by the Commission's guiding principle. And that guiding principle, as you can see, is whole of system and whole of life. I like to refer to it as being the North Star, the pole star, the thing that stays steady and guides us, is actually really quite simple for us. That is that every Australian should be supported to live a contributing life. We know that mental ill health exists on a spectrum. So too does its impact on a person's ability to live a contributing life. So how do we define a contributing life? We say that a contributing life is one in which a person is supported to be not just surviving, but actually thriving, able to do those things that really bring fulfillment. To do that, they need to have effective support, effective care, effective treatment. The importance of feeling connected to those that matter to them and give them identity, their community, their culture, and more specifically for them, their family and friends. The importance that can't be underestimated of having something to do and look forward to which is meaningful to that person. Not meaningful from the perspective of what the rest of us may think, but for that person is really meaningful. And of course, the need to feel safe, to feel secure, and to have a sense of stability in their life. Now, in order to enable Australians who are impacted by mental ill health to live a contributing life, I think there's a fundamental underpinning approach that's needed. And this is one that I have referenced also in my work in the suicide prevention area. We need a mental health system that is compassionate. Now, I don't know how we can actually train people to be compassionate, but embedded in that very word is a sense of acceptance, a sense of understanding, a sense of we are here to work with you, not on you. So within that construct, as I say, our guiding principle for our work, and we've taken this into this reform agenda that we've been engaged in, is whole of system and whole of life. A system that is inclusive of everyone, of all people. A system that supports all people across all stages of their life and across all stages of care that they may need. So what I thought I would do next is set the scene for you with what I think have been the emerging themes from 2020. I don't think any of us could move away from saying it was an absolutely cataclysmic year. And when I say cataclysmic, by that I mean that it really touched on so many different parts of our lives. It touched on our sense of self-agency, our ability to make decisions. It touched on our ability to be certain about life, and I think triggered quite a significant reaction in all of us. So I thought, just to set the scene for the mental health reform agenda, which is going forward in 2021, let's just stop, because I'm a great believer in context and content. So before we get to that content of the reform agenda, let's look at the context. So I'm actually going to start with what I call the pandemic pivot. It was a need which was driven out of adversity to actually do things differently. And that translated into doing things collaboratively and, above everything else, embracing technology. Throughout all sectors of Australia's economy, one of the most specific things that we saw was a need for that innovation. We were distant from each other. We couldn't do things in the normal way, but it was absolutely incredibly important that we maintained our service delivery. And so in that space, we had to be innovative. We had to do it differently. In mental health, we actually started to do things differently right from get-go in February. We collaborated a lot more. We embraced technology, as I've said, to meet demand. We deepened our connectivity, and we did extend our service delivery. A key example of that was telehealth. Now, you've probably heard this said before, but telehealth for mental health was always in the planning. But what was intended over 10 years basically got delivered in 10 days. And right from get-go, when we announced that on the 29th of March from memory, it really brought home to us that actually it is possible to do things. When I look back over the course of 2020, we had over 11 million mental health services delivered within the and we measure that within the NDIS structure. So 11 million mental health services were delivered. Over a third of those were through telehealth, and that spread over the course of the whole year. So it was about 50% when we were going through the intensive lockdown for so many of us around March, April, but across the whole year this has been retained. 3.4 million of our mental health services were delivered by telehealth. And it's made it actually a seismic difference, particularly for for people who are living in regional, rural Australia. I know in speaking to my colleagues from the Northern Territory, they have said what a difference it has made to the maldistribution issues around our professional workforce for mental health. So that was an incredible thing we did. Digital delivery of mental health support and treatment has clearly begun. What we now need to do, I think, is to advance not only awareness of that, but also trust in those services. Another innovative thing we did was the 15 head to help. I get so confused. We've got Head to Health, which is an information site, Head to Help clinics in Victoria. And what they did is they said we were seeing that there was an increase in demand for mental health services, that there was a significant shift of people into our emergency departments and our acute care. We know the challenges for so many people with mental illness. They go to the GP, and where else can they go? They go to emergency department. And we said that actually is not delivering the level of care they need. We don't need people to be in emergency departments. So we accelerated in a surge response, work in co-locating within community settings frequently around a primary service delivery kind of area. What we are calling is these, as I say, head to help hubs, which brought together not just GPs, but a range of other mental health specialists and professionals who could ensure that when somebody came to them needing some assistance with mental health and mental illness, they didn't need to go into the tertiary system unless that was the most appropriate place for them. And I think one of the things I enjoyed most about working within that space is there was a true bringing together of the Commonwealth and Victoria. There was a crossing together of the jurisdictions. I think another thing that I saw being reinforced during this time of pivoting was a broadening of the definition of mental health to very firmly include the concept of well-being. And we did that because we were really committed to saying we actually need to ensure that we look at all of those touch points that are affecting somebody's levels of anxiety, their levels of distress, and more significant mental health consequences from the pandemic. We need to actually look at this from a well-being perspective, not just a mental illness perspective. So I think where we land at the end of this, particularly in this digital place, is that it's here. I'm sure it is here to stay. What we now need to do is to accelerate a sense of security, certainty, and availability as to how to best use it. A second major thing that I think that happened during 2020 was a real commitment and reality of moving into whole of governments. So we had whole of government in terms of cross-portfolio. So when it came to looking at mental health, the Commonwealth, certainly where I was engaged, was looking very much at not only what are the consequences of the pandemic in terms of our health response and our, if you like, our physical response in terms of the restrictions we had to impose, but also what are the consequences of doing that? So they looked at the economic consequences, they looked at those broader impacts on education and, as I say, well-being. So we looked into various portfolios. I call that cross-government. I call cross-governments when we actually look at how does the Commonwealth work with individual jurisdictions for interest, for example. So I think all of us would say the creation of the National Cabinet was one of the most innovative things that we've done. And to see National Cabinet come together and then within that construct, to see them not only talk the talk in terms of, oh yes, mental health and the consequences to Australians' mental health is going to be significant, but actually to see a commitment coming through from them was really quite significant, and I think provides an entry point for our mental health reform agenda that we would be remiss to not leverage. Two things in particular I saw from that. One was the rapidity within which they embraced the pandemic response plan we did from a mental health perspective, which I'll speak to later. And then most recently, at the end of last year, really committing to saying we want to keep mental health at the forefront, and we actually want to move into an era of having some national agreements for the first time around mental health and suicide prevention, which sit separate to and aligned to the national health agreements. The third thing is stigma reduction. Now, please hear me on this. I don't think we have eliminated stigma. But when we entered into 2020, coming off the back end of a connections tour that we did for Vision 2030, it was very clear that stigma was a key barrier to people accessing the mental health system and services. Go through 2020, and it's a truism to say that mental health and our awareness of it as being an integral part of our humanity was here to stay. So many people became so much more comfortable with talking about the fact that they felt anxious, they felt distressed, that their mental health and well-being had been negatively impacted by the pandemic. And I think the ease of that conversation now is once again something that we need to really leverage from. But please let me assure you, it is not being removed. SANE has done a survey of stigma. Sorry, they've done a report on stigma, and embedded in that, was a survey. And one of the significant findings of that, it's a fantastic read, so I do encourage you to go to it, but one of the significant findings of that was that when you looked at the issues of stigma and mental illness, 78% of participants in the survey said they'd experienced workplace stigma or discrimination over the last year. So one of the things that I'm delighted by is that we've been tasked since the beginning of this year with actually starting to work on a national strategy to reduce stigma. And again, I'll speak to that a little bit more later. But I think this area of stigma reduction is one that we could and should be leveraging. The fourth area was the emergence of the importance of loneliness. Now, going into COVID, we knew from the data we had available that one of two Australians did have a sense of loneliness, probably 1 or 2 days a week, and 1 in 4 extended that to 3 to 4. But over the course of COVID, we saw that loneliness was one of the stresses that was most significantly and frequently reported on. In fact, 22% of respondents in an ABS study indicated that loneliness was their most significant stressor. And reported feelings of loneliness increased by 20%. So it was a significant thing that was emerging, and it was emerging in terms of one of the consequences of that lockdown, and in terms of, I think, a lot of that kind of feeling that was going into 2020. We'd come into 2020 off the back end of the bushfires, and the resounding message that came through from the bushfires was we only got through because we relied upon each other in our community. And within the space of weeks, we were turning around and saying, we now need to distance from each other. And I think that was just such a seismic shift in messaging and in terms of how we started to see each other, that sense of loneliness really came through. The corollary to that is the importance of social connection. And I think this is going to be a really interesting point of research as we go forward, because that sense of social connection is something that a number of our researchers are beginning to say, I wonder what the positive effect of that has been. We certainly, when we look at our rates of suicide, our suicide numbers, they actually didn't go up in 2020. Now, that's by no means saying that we're not concerned about suicidal ideation and increased risk of suicide going forward. It is high on our agenda. But question for thinking is, what difference did it make to somebody's sense of being connected if they actually were still in a household together or had kind of that strength of being together? One of the most important things we did around social connection was to actually try and differentiate from this phrase of social distancing. And you might have heard this over the course of the year. We really tried to promote, look, let's ditch social distancing. Let's talk physical distancing, but with social connection. And then we ran a number of national dialogues, beginning with hashtag in this together. Then we went getting through this together, and then making time together, where we really were trying to bring a commonality, a unity to us of saying we might be physically separate from each other, but let's share our experiences and let's share our tips as to how we can actually get through. Now, some of the downsides, I think, or challenges from a lot of what we did, particularly in the digital space, was, I don't know about you, but Zoom fatigue. And it looks like we're still going through that this year. And I think the other one that's really important for us is it's highlighted the need for us to ensure we don't have a digital divide. And I think that's a big area we do need to go through. So if I was going to sum up 2020, I think we have emerged as being able to work better across a number of different platforms. I think governments are working better together. I think we're seeing some real agility happening between our clinicians, our academics, and our service users and providers. We're certainly more aware of the need to invest in our mental health and wellbeing, and we are more capable, I think, as Australians, of recognising and talking about the fact that our mental health and wellbeing may have been negatively impacted. And we definitely have accelerated ourselves in the technology and innovation space. So that's 2020. So moving then into just one slide quickly, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this slide, but to give an overview of the mental health reform that we did during COVID and the bushfires. And it was an interesting shift, not only in terms of we were doing a mental health response, but the timeliness of it. So for the bushfires, that was actually something that we went into very early in January. There was a recognition that this is really impacting in on people. It's having a very negative impact. What can we do to help? And one of the examples of what we had to do at a very practical level was we could see that a lot of the GP practices had physically been burned down. We wanted to make sure people were getting into their psychologists and others, and we thought we actually have to take away the need here for a mental health plan, which is given by a GP, because otherwise people are not going to be able to get into it. So there was quite a practical sense or lens, I guess, that was applied. In total, there was an investment of over 1.3 billion in mental health and suicide prevention reforms. Another aspect I think that was really interesting to me, and this came through in the first of the COVID responses we announced on the 29th of March, was it was an interesting sort of spectrum. Firstly, the approach that was taken with respect to mental health was to say, we're going into this, we're actually going to go into a prevention, early intervention thinking space. So let's anticipate what is going to be happening. And that led us to also acknowledge the reality that different people were going to respond in different ways. So we had the opportunity to think what's going to affect our young people, what's going to affect those who are at front line, what about our older Australians? So we started to think about things in a prevention space, an early intervention space, an accessibility space. So we were really keen to make sure we amped up that availability for 24/7 support. And we could look at specific needs. So I think that was incredibly important. And that was retained, I think, as we went through the year. So as I say, significant investment. And I think that's another important thing as we go into 2021 and the reform agenda, is we have not only had Australians generally acknowledging impact on mental health, we have had them acknowledging they need help. We've seen increased use of our services. We've had our politicians come together and work collaboratively in a national cabinet. And we have seen our First Minister, our Prime Minister, stand up, and this to me was quite an incredible thing, to stand up with our Federal Health Minister and our Chief Medical Officer to actually talk about mental health. So I think that is something, again, that is incredibly important to leverage. The other thing that was interesting right back at that 29 March announcement was that at the direction of the Prime Minister, we also included in that announcement a joining together of what was being announced for those who were going through issues around domestic, family and sexual violence. So we're starting to say this is actually having an impact in other areas, which not directly mental health, but when you're going through that, it certainly has a mental health consequence. So let me now go into a national mental health reform. It actually began way before 2020. People living with mental ill health, our sector experts have long been calling for what I am now calling this more compassionate, call it a person-centred mental health system with more capacity, agility and coordinated care. I look at it in the sense that our physical health system is a very hierarchical, structured one. It's structured in a way which encourages or drives us to work on people. If I have a broken arm or if I have cancer, I'm worked on to be fixed, and I can quantitatively assess what is wrong and quantitatively assess whether it's been effective. When it comes to mental health, the last thing any of us want is to be worked on. We want to be worked with, and we want to make sure we have a multidisciplinary approach, which isn't hierarchical. Our access to our social workers, our family counsellors, our OTs is as critical as access to psychiatrists. We need all available to meet need as and when it presents. But we kind of try and do that from within a system, a physical health system, which drives a hierarchical response. People were seeing that. People were saying this is just not a good fit. What do we need to do to make it different? And how do we do it in a way where we are worked with, not on? So the Commission comes into this place, I guess, through the lens of what is it that we are there to do. So the basic role of the Commission, I think, comes within three categories. We have a responsibility to monitor and report on what is currently being done across the reform agenda. We certainly have the legitimacy, and we have actively engaged in providing advice and input into policy. And thirdly, and I think this is probably the thing that actually got me into the Commission a couple of years ago, is we are actually validated to be a catalyst for change. So interestingly, prior to my time, back at the beginning of 2018, the Commission did get proactively involved in making a call out for a Productivity Commission inquiry into mental health. And it was announced by the then Federal Health Minister, Greg Hunt, in October of 2018. Now, working with Minister Hunt, he has got, as probably a lot of people know, a deep interest in mental health. It was in 2019, actually just before I joined in the Commission, but I had an opportunity to be in a roundtable with him, where he then challenged the question of saying, okay, so if we're going to go and reform mental health, what does it look like if it's actually working? So rather than just doing what we would call an emerging strategy, what are the next best things we could or should do? What does it look like if we actually get this right? Out of that, Vision 2030 was begun. So we launched the Vision 2030 work by doing a connections tour, and I think we had the opportunity to touch in, hopefully with many people who are sharing in this session today. And we did it through touring around the countryside. We went to 26 different locations, through town hall conversations, asking people, so what are the barriers to you accessing the mental health and suicide prevention service? What's your experience of it? Anything good? What's negative about it? We were really trying to get a sense and a feel for it. We had a lot of data in from that. We met separately with stakeholders where that was appropriate, and we had a national survey. And we ended up with a situation where we had effectively data points coming in, somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000 data points and responses to what we had done. And we did a very deep thematic analysis of what was needed. I'll come to that in a little bit, but we really wanted to ensure that as we began that vision process of what does it look like if we get it right, that it was being very much informed by those who either are using the system and not having a good response to it, or those who need the system but aren't even engaging with it. Just to augment that, when the opportunity came to be involved in the suicide prevention side of things with the appointment as advisor in the middle of 2019, there was also a focus there on how do we actually work towards zero suicides. So there's a sense of a real commitment there. We wanted to actually bring the number of Australians who we were losing to suicide down, but also those who were going through the challenges of suicidal crisis. So here we are at the beginning of 2021 with a national mental health reform agenda. It's going to be informed by a number of things you can see on this slide. It certainly has been and will be informed by the Productivity Commission report on mental health. I have now submitted the final report for the suicide prevention advice that will influence it. The Royal Commission in Victoria, but there's also been a number of other Royal Commissions where perhaps they didn't think mental health would emerge, but it has. And I reference in particular the Royal Commission into Aged Care, which has made some really interesting findings with respect to mental health in our older Australians. And it will be impacted by Vision 2030. The final bit that I do also want to put in, I mentioned it just towards the beginning of what I was talking about, was just before Christmas, the Federation Reform Council that sits effectively as National Cabinet met, and we had an opportunity, Stephen King from the Productivity Commission and myself had an opportunity to speak at that meeting. And there was a sound and solid commitment to saying, we do want to do more with mental health. We want it to be front and centre. And in fact, there is a commitment now from National Cabinet for us to have a national mental health and suicide prevention agreement between Commonwealth and jurisdictions by the end of 2021. Workload has suddenly increased. So let me turn first then to the Productivity Commission inquiry report. And I know that Stephen is addressing this conference, so I don't want to in any way take away from what he has done. But I do want to acknowledge that it truly is a landmark inquiry, and I think it truly does reflect that there is a seismic shift happening in awareness around how do we improve our mental health system. talking with Stephen and the team, and he probably has mentioned this or will mention it, the number of submissions they received were the highest for anything the Productivity Commission has ever done. And the cost, we all know the cost is really big. The cost is over $220 billion a year. Every 5 years, it's about $1 trillion. But what I find really interesting about that is that they're saying effectively that cost is coming through a system which is really jammed, as we know, at that really pointy end of tertiary interventions. And the whole thrust of how we can actually make a difference here is to say, how can we ensure that those Australians who actually have mental health challenges and issues feel as though they can access a system that will work with them, that we can actually provide them with the supports they need, both around those mental health challenges and more broadly to ensure it's sustainable for them, so that they are getting the help they need and we are avoiding as much as we can that trajectory into severe illness. Now, it's a big reform agenda, but it really aligns with that whole of system, whole of life principle that the Commission has been committed to in terms of a contributing life and supporting a contributing life. I think the other thing important from the Productivity Commission inquiry report is it absolutely recognises that this is not about rearranging the deck chairs. This is about an underpinning systemic change, but it's also about a cultural shift. We need to actually have, as a consequence of this, behavioural change. And effecting behavioural change is an incredibly difficult thing to do. As you probably know, it's focused on 5 key things in a sense of priorities: recovery-focused healthcare. And let's look at what that outcome needs to be. Prevention, early intervention, training and work. What are the enablers that we need in terms of systems and people? And very significantly, including in their families and carers. And really importantly, what are those services beyond health that have a significant impact on mental health and wellbeing? It raised the importance of the lived experience of our Indigenous and First Nation peoples, and it looked at the fact that mental health touches us across every aspect of our lives and the duration of our lives. It looked at social determinants of a person's wellbeing and found that elements adversely affecting their mental health do include trauma, maltreatment, and the intergenerational impacts of that, social isolation, isolation from services and support, socioeconomic disadvantage. We have higher prevalence in socio-economically disadvantaged groups, and also the impact of national and international crises, economic, health, as we now know, and natural disasters. As you well know, it's got 103 action items and 21 recommendations. And fundamentally, the Commission does agree with the reform agenda it's setting. It's based in, as I've said, that principle that we should be supporting all Australians to live a contributing life. We do need to really come and throw the lens in on prevention and early intervention. We must improve people's experience of the mental health care and also their experience beyond the healthcare system. We must actually go into workplaces and schools and ensure that we are using those environments to support the mental health and wellbeing of Australians and to support the interaction of people with mental illness. And we must look at what does it mean to have improved outcomes. One of the things that has already happened, and I mentioned this briefly before, was we have been tasked at the Commission to commence work on a national strategy to reduce stigma and discrimination. And that is going to be looking not just at attitudinal stigma, but also looking at structural stigma. What are those things that are embedded in our system where for somebody to disclose that they have a mental illness or mental health challenges results in a very negative consequence, both from a health services perspective, but more broadly as well. In relation to psychosocial supports, I was pleased to see that the Productivity Commission recognised that inefficient funding arrangements and service gaps do actually hamper service delivery to those trying to manage their daily activities, and that the impact that has on somebody's recovery. And I note with interest their recommendations, which include a call out to estimate what the funding shortfall for psychosocial supports outside the NDIS is going to be, and a call out for increased funding around it. They really fully squarely put a lens on that psychosocial support requirement. There's a call out to support commissioning agencies to have longer term, more stable contracts, to streamline supports for those people who are eligible and who choose not to apply or who are ineligible. So in other words, if you don't get into it, what can we do to not only estimate the shortfall of what's needed, but actually to streamline those services? They, interestingly, I think, looked at the disability support pension recipients and said, how can we ensure that they understand their right to work without losing access to their pensions, and the need for more extended long-term support accommodation for people with an NDIS focus. So going into Visions 2030, and I talked briefly about the way we started this with the Connections Tour and that we did a thematic analysis coming through. So fundamentally, as I said, we went into it with a whole of system, whole of life principle. We saw it as being a guiding to where do we need to get to actually inform the mental health reform agenda, based it on lived experience. And we came out of it with three key focus themes. Firstly, the individual lived experience and the need to increase our mental health understanding to reduce the impact of stigma. That was so strong at that time. It was community, it was work-based, it was personal stigma, and it resulted in people having very significant sense of shame if they had to admit to or were being in the system. Secondly, was an absolute need for us to address service delivery. We had to ensure, they were saying, that we could improve consistency, quality, and consumer trust. Thirdly, that we looked at bringing down the system barriers that impede being able in the first place to identify a need or the provision of care. One of the most challenging barriers for people when it came to entering the system to accessibility was actually affordability. That remains a really key issue. So the framework blueprint, this looks very busy, but I think it shows in one sense how critical it is that we look at all of the different components of what is needed within the system in order for us to actually influence and change it. As I said, we don't want to do a rearrangement of the deck chairs. We actually want to ensure that there is a fundamental systemic shift. So as it says up there on the slide, this is a long-term blueprint, and we've defined it as being a successful, connected and well-functioning mental health and suicide prevention system. Very aspirational, but that is actually what Vision 2030 needs to be. That it meets the needs of all Australians, and it takes an integrated wellbeing approach and delivering, most importantly, community-based care. One of the interesting pieces of work that we've done since the beginning of last year, when we first started devising the blueprint, and we've worked on it extensively over 2020, was really bringing to the front and centre that concept of wellbeing, and not just having it as an outcome, but actually saying, how do we embed that very much across all of the different components of the systemic change that we're looking to. You can see the outcome. It aligns very strongly with that concept of whole of system, of whole of life, to enable somebody who chooses to live a contributing life. The focus being on the prevention and the early intervention. Again, what the Productivity Commission is really calling for, to say, let's bring people into the system in a way that is encompassing, engaging, accessible, and let's meet their needs before they become very severe. Underpinning it down the bottom is a set of principles that we see as being absolutely bedrock. And those principles are important, not just, and we put them very much into this slide, not just because they need to, I guess, influence how we make decisions along the way, but they need to be fundamentally embedded. The role of lived experience has to go right across all the systemic changes. The concept of equity and what that actually means has to go across all of those components. We've looked, I'll take you first to the blue part there, which is the core components of care. The two things that really came out strongly from Vision 2030 in our consultations, if I had to distill it down, was to say we need two fundamental shifts. The first is this one of moving into the space of investing in our mental health and wellbeing. And you may have heard me reference that over the course of last year. What we mean by that is let's turn the focus away from how much we're spending on mental illness to how much we're investing in people being mentally healthy and well. What does that mean? And how do we invest in a sustainable recovery for people that ensures they've got that ongoing capacity to live a thriving life, not just a surviving life? That was the first bit. The second was to say, look, we've got pretty good policy underpinnings and service underpinnings at our primary care level and at our tertiary level. Primary is Commonwealth, tertiary states and territories, but the core components of what we need within the community-based sector, which to be honest is 85%, is all over the place. There is just no clarity. It's fudgy, it's blamongy, it's a big murky pond. So we did a lot of work to work with people to say, okay, if we don't want to have postcode health, if we don't want to say, I've got to go to X place in order to access what I need, how can we group what we see as the core components of care? And we're really looking to see if we can feed this into the national agreements, etc. So we can start to say, what should any Australian be able to access in terms of a component of care? Maybe not in their community, but at least with a referral pathway to it, and who pays for what, so we can get some clarity. To ensure that that happens, we must have the right governance structures. It's great to see that the first one of them is now getting up and going, which is a national agreement. We need to look at what are the policy levers. We need that leadership from the top. We need good investment. We need to know what outcomes we're going to. The enabler one, I think if I looked at it, data is important, but really significant for us is the importance of having a multidisciplinary workforce available. And we need to look very much at what are the mediums of delivery and making sure that we are actually doing those in a way that reaches people. So that's Vision 2030. You will see more of that during the course of this year as we kind of publish those documents. Then skipping through, because I'm seeing the time is going very quickly, skipping through the other thing which has been feeding through and will continue to feed through into the reform agenda is how we came together for the pandemic response plan. It happened really quickly. So we did the mental health package announcement on the 29th of March. By April, we were receiving or having conversation with our colleagues, particularly in Victoria and New South Wales, who were saying, how can we all join together to actually formulate a response plan to the pandemic with a mental health and wellbeing focus? We brought that all together at the back end of April and actually had it signed off by National Cabinet in May. So National Cabinet signing off on it meant that it was Premiers and the Prime Minister actually committing to it. It was based on those principles that you saw underpinning Vision 2030. It was an opportunity to feed that into what was going to be influencing the responses to the pandemic. The plan was not to do the reform agenda. The plan was to do something which could appropriately put guardrails how we responded to needs specifically driven by the pandemic, but we did it within a construct of knowing where we wanted the reform agenda to be going. We came together, provided 10 priority areas to work across. We ensured that whilst the guardrails were there, that jurisdictions had flexibility to apply those in the way that was most appropriate for them. And we had 3 commitments across all 9 jurisdictions. That was in that the first of those, no particular order here, was to ensure that we improved accessibility of services in community where people lived, where people worked, where people learned, so that they could more readily access them. We wanted the services to be better linked, and we wanted to ensure that we really amped up how we were able to identify need. So we wanted an increase with the data that we could get and our capacity to analyse it. Some other key bits which are going to feed into the reform agenda: prevention, prevention, prevention. Now, prevention, as we all know, has traditionally been a very difficult area to get significant investment into. One of the best ways we're seeing to really look at that prevention is actually to put it within the construct of children, the 0 to 12-year-olds. This has been a piece of work that's been missing in action, and we were tasked to lead a strategy on it, and we now have brought it very close to a point of fruition. It's actually out for public consultation now. It's acknowledging what I think we all know, that the foundations for lifelong health and wellbeing are very much in those first formative years. The children depend upon others when they're struggling. One of the key things we did in the strategy for those, and I welcome anyone to read it, is to actually say, let's move away from assessing young people and their mental health in terms of a medical diagnosis. So we've got a continuum, if you like, in there of talking about when is a child coping, when is a child struggling, when are they really needing a lot more intensive help. And it's looking very much through the lens of the developmental stages of children. This slide, and I'll spend just a couple of minutes, I think, on this one, talks about the rights of the child and the family, and it's organised into 4 focus areas. It looks at families and communities. Children live in families and communities. Family is the most important influence, I think, on a child, and parents and carers therefore need to be supported as to how they can better work with their child. A third of parents, only a third of parents, feel comfortable even in recognising that there might be a mental health challenge for their young person. We need to really be able to support that. We need to look through the lens of the service system and what does it mean to have a whole system approach. We must go into the education settings and we need to look at evidence and evaluation. The children's strategy, as I mentioned, is currently out for consultation, and we are very consciously looking at bringing this into the mental health reform agenda as a key prevention piece. The other part, which I think is relevant for prevention, but also ongoing sustainability, is what are we doing in our workplaces? We know the significant cost of mental health in terms of, we're seeing it already, and businesses are now actively acknowledging it and reporting on it. It is a real issue when it comes to workers' compensation and insurance claims. And the Commission has, with the Mentally Healthy Workplace Alliance, been asked to lead some work on a national workplace initiative. What the National Workplace Initiative will do is look at how we can actually resource workplaces, employers, so they can firstly recognise what is it to have a mentally healthy workplace. What does that look like? How can we actually identify the risks for somebody in the workplace around psychological risks and other stresses which may impact on them? How can we ensure that the workplace is a positive, proactive, supportive environment? And then how can we resource it up so that we can help people identify how we can actually intervene? It's interesting, I think, this is moving from being a moral obligation into a legal obligation. We're seeing that starting to come through now. It is a challenging area to define what is a psychological risk and how do you prevent it. But just because it's challenging doesn't mean we don't do it. And just to give a flavour, one of the things that we did most recently, in fact, just a month or 2 before Christmas, with the Mentally Healthy Workplace Alliance, was to actually say, okay, as people start to come back into workplaces, what can we do to enable or help a range of our workplaces, so covering everything from our large businesses, our small businesses, our sole traders, to say, as you have people re-engaging in the workplace, what should you be looking out for in terms of their mental health, their stresses, and what they've come out of in 2020? And we put together these compendiums which really help them understand what to look out for, and most importantly, how to respond and where they can go to for help. Thirdly, then the next thing we are doing, also to feed into it, you may recall the Productivity Commission has said one of the things that most significantly impacts on the mental health and wellbeing of people is if there is a natural disaster of any sort of sort, whether that be a national disaster, whether it's a natural disaster, an economic one, or a health one. So we are working closely at this stage with the Bushfire Recovery Agency, but that's now going across into a broader resilience space. And we are looking at what does it mean to embed into, not only at a Commonwealth level, but across into the jurisdictions, a mental health and wellbeing component for all of the myriad of plans that are around as to how the jurisdictions, including now the Commonwealth, respond when there is a national disaster. And we are embedding it on these stories of people. So our Stories Beyond the Disaster is a research piece that we have commissioned, and we will be making it public in about a month or two's time. And again, we're using the voices of lived experience to tell us what is it that we really need to do. Finally, almost there at the end, it would be remiss of me not to mention what is being considered in the terms of national suicide prevention. If I have to distill it down, and at this point in time, my final advice has not been made public, but the final advice is very firmly embedded in what has been released, which was the interim advice. And effectively, the point that we got to, and again, this is based upon talking to people and working with people who have been at that point of suicidal crisis, to say what helped, what made a difference, or what didn't make a difference. And we had an opportunity to do some journey mapping with them, and then to do a thematic analysis. We had close to 2,000 people participate in that. What came through very strongly was that they said, don't treat us as a medical problem. Don't treat us as a problem, don't medicalise us. We understand we need health at that point in time, but don't make us enter through the door of health. We absolutely require things to be compassionate, and please recognise that our landing point here has been an extensive journey for most people. So the landing point for all of that is really to say, not only do we need to make sure we increase the efficiency and effectiveness of our clinical interventions, but actually we need to go right upstream, and we need targeted distress interventions around suicide, and for that we need a whole of government approach. So we're looking at, in the advice, what are those things that would enable that kind of shift, and that clearly takes a leadership, a whole of government's approach. We must embed, again, lived experience. We must have really good data we can work with, and we need a compassionate and equipped workforce. Then we need to actually make some fundamental shifts. We have to respond earlier. We have to connect people with services in a more compassionate, holistic way. We must look at the specific needs of population groups and how that is disproportionately impacted by suicidal risk and stresses. And we need to deliver policy responses which make everything safer for all of us. So bringing that all together, and how does it connect? As we go into this mental health reform agenda space, we build off work that commenced pre-2020. We look at the lens of what actually happened in 2020, and we leverage that. We leverage the fact we now talk about mental health. We leverage the fact that National Cabinet, governments across the country are focusing in on it and are providing leadership and a platform. We look at all of the work that's been done through the PC, the Royal Commission's Vision 2030. We look at the various strategies that have been worked on. We look at it in a very broad sense, and we bring it all together and we say, lived experience and expertise remains central to the mental health reform agenda at every single touch point. It is an agenda which must address whole of life and whole of system, and we need to look at measuring not activity but outcomes, and we need to ensure that we are planning for the long term in all of this, that we're making those fundamental reform shifts. So it's not about, as I call, agitating the topsoil, but actually putting in systemic changes which will drive changes in behaviours and approach and outcomes for people. So I'll leave it there and ask for any questions.
Thank you so much, Christine. That was absolutely thorough, and I'm sure there are a lot of phrases there that people will appreciate, like seismic shift and so on. So I do have some questions for you from our audience. First one. This member thanks you for mentioning the need for more psychosocial support, but says there is a concern that that might go on the back burner given the Productivity Commission report. What's your view on how high a priority it is to address that unmet need?
From a commission perspective, I think it's incredibly important. I think every piece of work that we have looked at when we've looked at the mental health and wellbeing needs of people has highlighted the need for psychosocial supports, and it underpins that ability, as I say, to move into a space where you can actually be supported to live not just a surviving life but a thriving life. So I certainly, from a commission perspective, believe that it is a very high priority. We know that some of the transitional arrangements are coming to a conclusion in June of this year, and it is one certainly that we will be talking from a commission perspective very strongly about in Canberra in terms of the reform agenda. I very much welcome the fact that the Productivity Commission did highlight it.
Well, one of the things that a lot of people are talking about, and you've spoken quite a lot about the pandemic and its effect, but you were talking about social determinants, and of course, socioeconomic status is a big one. The job seeker payment, that's scheduled to reduce in March. Will you be adding your voice to the opposition to that reduction?
The position that the Commission takes with respect to this, and we are very strong on this, is to say that economic insecurity, economic instability, job instability and job insecurity absolutely has an impact, and not in a positive way, on somebody's mental health and wellbeing. We don't go into the space of saying what the government's response should be, and I can't purport to do that. I'm not an economist, I'm not a financial person, I've worked in those areas, but that's not my skill set. So I see the contribution that we must continue to make is to emphasise the fact that being able to give people security and stability, and that really has to be not only with respect to their health, but also with respect to their ability to live, i.e. their economic circumstances and their jobs, is really critical. So that's the agenda we push very strongly from a Commission perspective, without going into the space of specific economic responses from the government.
I might just follow that up if that's all right. Are you confident that the policymakers are aware of that definite connection between socioeconomic status and mental health?
Oh yes, I've got no doubt that that's been in one of the things that I've been able to participate in, or have exposure to, is probably a better way to put it, have exposure to over the course of 2020, is conversations with government outside of health. And there's absolutely an awareness of the fact that Australians' mental health and wellbeing and their economic impact of the COVID-19 are interconnected, absolutely.
Now, next question. You mentioned stigma reduction and you talked about medical views of mental health, and you mentioned people not wanting to be medicalised in that way. When you talk about mental health promotion, are you thinking about doing it in a more holistic way than has been done to date?
So if I'm hearing that right, what they're really saying is, as part of our stigma and discrimination reduction strategy and the mental health awareness part, how do we do that? Look, yes, we want to very much do it in a holistic way and look at the fact, I think this is a rights-based thing as much as anything. What I'm particularly interested in is going way beneath the surface of just doing public awareness campaigns. In my former life, when I worked in the area of eating disorders for 10 years, I kind of fell into the trap of thinking, if we can only start to explain this illness to government and others, they'll get it and they'll get behind. And I came to a startling conclusion that others way ahead of me on, which is that raising awareness of something does not result in behavioural change, and it doesn't result in attitudinal change. So the approach we will take will be a very holistic one, because I think that's critical. The barriers to people accessing help that they need for their mental health has so many different touch points. But I think a very significant focus is going to be on, in addition to raising awareness, what are those things we need to be doing that truly try and change behaviour? I'm not going to purport to change attitudes. I think you can only take people to a certain point and they have to make that change, but you can change behaviour. And most importantly, and I really want to do this, is make a specific call out on systemic discrimination, systemic failures which are causing that stigma. We'd really like to hear from anybody here about what those kind of circumstances are, because it's very, like, we kind of know at the surface level what they are. But, and one example that I heard very strongly when I was going around with a Connections tour was for women, it's usually women who are, not always though, of course, who are emerging from a domestic abuse situation, have separated from their partners, often with children, and they've got custody issues. Now, those circumstances, the mental health challenges are incredibly tangible, but they will not engage with those services because of the potential negative impact when it comes to custody arrangements being considered before the court. Now, that's just, we can't have that. We just can't have that. And that's but one small example. So those structural stigma impacts we must address.
So what could the Commission do, I guess, in that specific case study? You know, would you start to talk to the family courts? Would you start doing education through those kinds of institutions?
Yeah, so there's a number of things the Commission can do. And this is where, as I say, we kind of have the monitoring reporting lens, then we have the how are we giving advice and policy advice to government. I see that as being really critical because, and I'll come back to that in a minute, and then how do we actually effect change? There's so many options, it's about how do we focus it in. In terms of our voice to government, why I think that is so critical is that when you look at what influences policy formulation, if you're looking at it really coming from our departments, then departments have a lens into those things they fund and those stakeholders they engage with through funding mechanisms. The Commission has an opportunity to have an engagement much more broadly than that, and those are the voices we need to bring. In terms then of what we do, we advise and try to influence policy. We receive quite a lot of work around developing strategies, and I think that is a really important piece of work for us to do. And then we do one-on-one engagements where we see that could be effective.
Christine, you've been incredibly generous with your time, but I do just want to sneak one more in. The Productivity Commission report identified a need to have strong mental health commissions in all jurisdictions. Can you talk about what we need to do to address those gaps in some states?
So was that mental health commissions or mental health? Sorry, I just missed the first part of that question. I'm
Sorry.
sorry.
Mental health commissions or bodies in all jurisdictions.
Oh, okay, yes. So that's clearly a jurisdictional decision as to what they do. And the interesting fact at the moment is that every jurisdiction has it structured a little bit differently. The positive, proactive thing I will say is that on a very regular basis, and last year it was incredibly regular, this year's still regular, the iterations of those commissions in whatever form they may be in the jurisdictions, we all get together and we try to work collaboratively to share what each of us are doing, etc. The Productivity Commission has seen some merit in getting uniformity in terms of what those commissions may be and the role they have interacting with their governments. I'm really interested to see how the respective jurisdictions will respond to that. Irrespective of how they respond, we all working in those commissions and in those ancillary bodies are very committed to working together. But I always think uniformity with sufficient flexibility to meet a specific need is not a bad way to go.
I think uniformity with some flexibility is probably a really good way to... I'm not actually getting the wind up yet. So Christine, I'm just going to slide one more in. Here it comes. I'm still going to go for it. Will there be enough funding to grow the peer support and lived experience workforce?
Oh, that is such a close one to our heart at the Commission. I can't comment on funding envelopes. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. One of the things that the Commission does not get involved with is any kind of funding decisions. It would put us into a place, I think, that could compromise the independence of what we actually look at doing. Please hear me when I say that I have forever been convinced, particularly for my eating disorder days, of that critical component of peer support workers, but more broadly, peer engagement right across the development of policy and services and their implementation. So certainly we will continue to voice that very strongly, and I hope that people have heard today that reality of lived experience, which translates in many ways into the ability to do peer support, etc., must be core and central.
Christine, you've been incredibly generous with your time. Thank you so much. And that brings us to the close of day one of the conference. And I'm just going to bring in Jeff Harris now for some closing comments.
Thanks, Tori. Thanks, everyone. Been a great day, not without its challenges, but I think we got through it. Look, Minister Wade made a point about collaboration, collaborating between the Commonwealth and the states, and we absolutely will need that to make meaningful progress in the next wave of mental health reform. Thank you, Christine, for talking about the importance of cross-government collaboration. So taking a more holistic approach. It's not just down to the health department to fix this problem. There's a lot more involved than that. I think our keynote, Mike Slade, really highlighted the importance of keeping a focus on human rights. That's our yardstick. And I was in on the human rights session today, and there were some fantastic talks about human rights and different aspects of that. Lived experience has come through rightly, very importantly, throughout the day. And I know that the session, the stream on lived experience was well attended, and there was a lot of buzz around that. And I guess on the buzz note, I sense there's a bit of excitement around the possibilities that we have. So we do need to do a lot of reform in the mental health space, but I feel like there's some momentum building, and if we all work together on this, we might be able to make a huge amount of progress in implementing some of the things, for example, in the Productivity Commission report. So thank you all for participating today, and look forward to seeing you bright and early tomorrow. Thank you.
you.